All right, all right, all right. So, I think this is the lights everybody's talking about. So, welcome everybody to NGDE 2025. Welcome. Wow. Okay, I just need a minute because it's so amazing. We have such a nice venue. We have such awesome, nice people here. So I hope everybody found the place to the venue. Some of you already had workshops yesterday, and I'm really happy to see all of you here. Maybe some of you are like first-timers on the NGDE. Maybe some of you already have been to several editions. So I will make a short introduction. So my name is Robin. I'm the creator of NGDE. We started in 2019 with some friends, and we have some basic thoughts I just want to share you before I hand the stage over to our awesome MCs. And one important thing, how I always start the NGDE conference, is the main message of Angular. Angular is community. And this is so nice. So clap hands for that. So this is like also like how we designed this conference. So you find so many spaces here. You find the nicest sponsors that are here around. I will mention them in a few minutes again. We have a lot of breaks. We're recording all the talks. You have table soccer. You have barista. You have 2 stages, a lot of space. So use the time, make friends, meet old friends. It's like connect, interact with the people, because the community is the most basic foundation of Angular, what we have. And we really, let's embrace it. Then NGDE is like the 4th time. We went 2 times in Berlin, 1 time in Bonn, this time in Berlin again. And first time in NGDE history, we have like a multi-stage setup, which is quite complex, as we noticed on the way, but it's quite cool, because on the way here, again, it's so amazing, NGDE was sold out 3 months ago, and we were like, oh, damn, but what is with all the other people who are really demanding the conference? So we decided to extend the conference to a 2nd stage. At the moment, the 2nd stage in the Aula, this keynotes are streamed to the 2nd stage. After the keynotes, you have 2 separate tracks. This one is more Angular related. The other track is more AI Angular related. Because, yeah, AI is a topic I come to the next slide on. Also, we have panel discussions for the first time at NGDE. I think we had it once in the 2019 edition, but as we have like at least 3 people from the Angular Tour team here, we will do panel discussions at end of every day. So if you have questions, you want to interact directly with the Angular team, you have panel discussions end of every day. You can ask your questions and interact with them. Can you give me the water? So, as we build 2 stages this year, it's really important that you understand the core thought behind it, because the 2nd stage is really AI branded, because everybody knows we have a new friend. It's called Chatty. So many of my friends calling ChatGPT Chatty. But this is not what I mean. I don't mean to design your breakfast meals with a chatbot together or to create some hallucinations. So I'm talking about making us more productive with AI. So I know it's a keyword. Maybe some of you are super annoyed of it, but trust me, it's really important what is coming. You should take a look at it. You should take it serious. And it's like a new tool. Like like 20 years ago, all the people were like, IDEs? I don't need an IDE. A text editor is everything what I need. So it changed. Same as with AI. You can do it without it, and it still has its flaws, definitely. But it's coming, it's powerful, and let's use the time to get in touch with it, get to know it, that we can use it to make us more productive. It's not to make us redundant, it's to make us more productive, like an IDE, so let's use it. So we use it a lot in our company. That's my bridge to the next slide. So my company is called Workshops.de. You see a few banners from here. Maybe you also get my emails about it. I founded the company 12 years ago. Actually, the name there was Angular.de. Maybe some of you know it. It was the first German Angular community, and we built it up quite fast, created several meetups, spoke on conferences, and at one point there was like, there's not only one solution for, not one technology for one problem, so more technologies. So we also created React.js.de, Vue.js.de, and now we summed it all up to like workshops.de. This is like the education hub where we work together with like a lot of freelancers and full employees to like bring good education to you, like this conference. So many of our team helped to make the conference happen, and first, for example, I want to thank this people. So there were like way more people helping at the conference, but especially these people helped a lot in front of the conference. So please give a big applause at first for Sarah. She's the event organizer of this conference. Thank you, Sarah. So it's really, really nice. We have like Gregor and Mareike and Sasha. They're working together with Britta and Nina at workshops.de, and we were like the last months we were creating assets, creating slides, marketing materials. So like also like big thanks for the extra effort for the workshops.de team. Thank you. Dave and Martina are part of the Angular community. I think most of you may know them. And they helped a lot by designing this awesome schedule and talks and speech. So big applause for Dave and Martina. And as you're all like healthy in this little awesome venue and the entrance and registration went smooth, thank you very much also for Mimi for organizing the helping hands and the registration. Thank you. There are like more people helping. You can find us with this, like more yellow fancy badges. We don't have t-shirts this year. I come to this later, but just for now. I also want to thank the Angular community and meetups that supported us to fill this conference. So a conference is just a summary of all the little groups that are all over the place, over Europe, especially in Germany. And so many thanks by this community for helping us to fill NGD up, support us, or just be like a buddy, just in rubber duck to make this conference happen. So thank you very much again. So, the last one I want to thank people because you see this venue is like quite impressive. So it's actually a swimming pool. It's a Stadtbad, and like 1 week ago, there's still water under you. So you're sitting on water actually. And the last week they have like an hydraulic stand, and they put up the whole floor, make it even, so we can now sit on it. And so it's a quite fancy location, but as I love the community, I want to offer you something special. This is only possible because of our sponsors. So you see like sponsors like E.ON, Adesso, workshops.de, Kupaya, Cologne Intelligence, SnapEddy, Google, etc., and the Angular team. And big thanks for your support to make this happen. So we have like an awesome venue like this. Thank you very much. This is also important. So most of the sponsors looking for new teammates, and as they support the community, I would totally appreciate if you go to them, talk to them, shake their hands, just say thank you, because without them it's not possible. So really give something back, because they support us, let's support them and see how we can find a good combination. Okay. Enough from me at this time. Now I want to clear the stage. You heard enough of me. I want to introduce two awesome people, two awesome friends of mine who I'm honored to have them here on stage and the other stage. So they moderate and MC you through the day. Please welcome with a warm applause, Ola and Ludazim. Woohoo!
Hello.
Good morning. So many humans. I love that. How's everyone doing? Come on, better. How's everyone doing? Love it. Who's the first timer? Oh, so many. That's amazing. Who is the second timer? Who was here more than three or more times? Yeah, of course. I love that. Yeah, Angular is definitely about the community.
It is. I'm team slow in the morning, so if anybody of you is also like me, a little bit slower, there's room for that too. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be here with Ola. Thank you so much, Robin, for introducing the conference and starting it. Thank you so much to all the speakers who are here. I'm really looking forward to see you. As Robin said, there will be 2 tracks, so I will be most of the day on the other track. Please come visit me. I'm looking forward to see and talk to all of you.
So as we're going to go with you for the next 2 days and support all of you and the speakers, we want to introduce ourselves a tiny bit. So I'm Ola. Hi, I'm a senior principal engineer in tech for over 20 years. I'm a mom of 3. I know, wild. And you might have seen me at other conferences like JSConf, Reject.js, stuff like that. Over to you.
My name is Lule Semukai. I'm an AI engineer and consultant. I'm originally trained in mathematics and philosophy. I went into the art world and am voluntarily involved in a lot of volunteering. And I'm dad of 1. So whenever there's a possibility to hang out with my daughter, it's what I choose mostly.
So we want to do some housekeeping first, the important stuff. So we obviously have a code of conduct. Summed up, it means be nice to each other, respect each other, be kind. If you see anything that might not be, let's say, with a code of conduct, we have a team that can support you. So it's Robin, oh he already left, Mimi, and us both. But literally everyone with the, let's see, colorful tags is like happy to help. And also, when you go to the website with the code of conduct, there are numbers on there. You can email us if there's anything happening. You can text us. You can call us. Anytime, we're happy to support and help.
I will help you find orientation. It's quite a big venue. There's multiple places, and it's a little bit labyrinthy. We're going to start with the restrooms. The restrooms are over there. Basically, there's a door there. It says sauna. Don't go to the sauna, please. If you go in there, don't stay too long. We're waiting here for you. Then it's unisex toilets, and all the hygiene articles are in there. So just that you know. Next one. We have tables.
If you use social media, LinkedIn, Mastodon, whatever you like, it would be amazing if you would use the hashtag. And last one, there will be a party tonight. There are some very special things that Robin has planned for you. One tiny hint, you already mentioned the table soccer. There will be a tournament, obviously. So if you want to use your time, hallway track, and just train a tiny bit, might be a good idea. So yeah, we hope you enjoy the conference. We're very much looking forward to it, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And our very first speaker will be someone I actually do not have to introduce because most of you know him. But I will still say 2 things. He's a Google Dev. He is the team lead of the DevRel team. He's a parent, motivational speaker, and also he's a game show host. Right? So please, a big applause for Mark Thompson.
Take it over. All right, guten Morgen. I expected a bigger applause for my deep understanding. Of the German language. All right, friends, here's what okay, I gotta make sure I find all my speakers. All right, let me find my place to stand so that way we can all be together. Wait, before I even stand there, because I don't want to have to keep walking back and forth, let me just make sure everything is set so we can get started. All right, here's what I need from you so that we can get started. If you can take your hands and do this, just trust me, I know this is strange. You could take your hands and do this. Warm those hands up. Just trust me, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, on the count of 3, we're gonna do 1 clap together. This is the most I'm gonna ask of you today. 1 clap. 1, 2, 3. Wasn't it worth it? Wasn't it worth it? All right, my name is Mark. I'm Devereaux lead for Angular, and I work over at Google. And I'm gonna talk to you about Angular and what's going on with the framework. I'm sure some of you have so many questions about what are we gonna do next? What's important now? What are we gonna do in the future? I'm gonna answer as many of those questions as I can. If you're ready for that, let me hear you say yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So let's talk about what's next for Angular. We have a lot of things going on, Signal Forms. That's right. I know, very exciting. I'm super excited because we know that developers, you all, the community, have been asking for a better solution. We've tried a couple of times. I don't know if you noticed this. We've tried a couple of times. We had template-driven forms, and then we gave you React. Well, we gave you another form, reactive forms. Then we said, okay, we'll make those strictly typed. Would that make you happy? And you're like, yeah, close, but not what we want. And we think we could do better. So we're introducing Signal Forms in the next release. Now, this is declarative and it's a form. You get a form, yeah. You get a form right out of there. And then when you're binding it to the template, you just use our little nicely named field property there. Now, let me be super clear about this. I know that you are excited for this one. We are excited. It is not production ready. Do not put this in production and then get angry with us if something goes wrong. Let me tell you a very true story. I was talking about this only a few weeks ago. I was telling another group of amazing community members about this work. And I had this demo that I had written, and it was working beautifully leading up to my talk. And then the night before, I said, let me double check just to make sure, because I write all my own code. So let me just double check. And it didn't work. You know why? Because we changed it. We changed it from what? Control to field, because it's experimental. So that means for us on the Angular team, when something is experimental, that doesn't mean that we have on lab coats and we're just having fun. That means that things may still change. But if you want a deeper dive into how this works, one of my good friends and colleagues is going to be here talking about a deep dive into Signal Forms right after this, actually. So if you're really excited about that, you want to learn more, come hang out with us. Here's another thing. Angular Aria. How many friends here have heard of Angular Aria? Okay, some of you are like, okay, what are you talking about, Mark? What is this? Again, we've been trying to solve the problems that the community has brought forward to us. Let me tell you what you said. We want accessible components that are easier to style. And guess who said this? We can't stop hearing this feedback. It just keeps flooding in. You all really want this, and we understand. So here's what we decided to create for Angular developers everywhere. A library of headless components that have accessibility features built in. Headless components that have accessibility features built in. And I do mean it, no styles. You bring your own styles. This is where you get really excited. Yeah. Oh, what an unexpected round of applause. Wow. Our friends at home, did you see what happened? I never told them to do that at all. That was totally voluntary. Let's have a look at what a template with Angular Aria included looks like. So first, you may notice I have this ng list box directive here. And I have my ARIA label set up. Somebody already yelled at me on the internet about not having my ARIA labels. I put it there. I know a div is not the most semantic. I know, because somebody's like, that's a div though. Can you be more specific, Mark? Okay, not the most semantic, but we do have our ARIA label. So you add the ng list box directive, and then when you're listing your items, because this is a combo box example, when you're listing your items, you put your ng option, and you still have your binding to the field. Now, this does not come with styles. I really do mean this. We really mean it's headless. So you get to bring your design systems, your styles, all that you want to decorate and design these things, and the accessibility comes for free with the functionality. Now, this is the group that we have at launch: Accordion, Combo Box, and a few others, and there are more on the way. So if you want to check this out, another new feature is coming in Angular v21 that we can't wait for you to try. We think you're really going to love it. All right, let's talk about, oh wait, sorry. We know the story here. We spent a long time internally. Someone's just like, please, finally. We spent a long time internally working hard to come up with what was going to be our future test solution. And there were lots of considerations. We weren't going just based on popularity, for example. We were thinking about how can you make sure you can run your tests locally and in the browser, so you need a good, stable browser mode. There are lots of considerations because there are millions of you out there who rely on tests. So we want to make the right choice for the community, and we are happy to announce that in V21, we're introducing stable, this is production ready, stable support for VTest. Well, you already clapped for this, that's fine. We'll keep going. But friends, this isn't even the whole story. This is not the whole story. I just told you three or four of the things that we're working on right now. There's even more coming down the pipeline for Angular v21. So, here's what we would love for you to do. Head over to angular.dev/events/v21 and definitely check out our upcoming developer event. Now, this one is very special, mind you. Very, very special. We're doing something unlike we've ever done before with our developer videos. Now, a few of you, I introduced myself. I'm like, yeah, I already know you, Mark. I've seen you in videos. Well, you've never seen me in a video like this one, so definitely you want to check it out. So we talked about what's next in Angular, what's coming up. Now let's talk about, well, what's happening now, because we hear a lot of feedback, and one of the pieces of feedback that we hear is, I cannot keep up with everything you all release. Stop releasing. No. No, we can't. We have to continue to release things because we're building the best framework in the world to build scalable applications for your users. So that comes at a cost. We have to keep pushing the framework forward. But in case you may have missed a few things that we released this year, let's talk about some of the really cool ones. So let's talk about some stable APIs that are now stable and ready for the community. You got zoneless in Angular. Now, this is fantastic. We have been working toward this for a while, and there are a lot of benefits besides just the change detection story. Because when people think about zones, this is the first thing that comes to mind is change detection, which makes sense. Because of our integration with zones early on, it meant that developers had to know a lot about the internals of the framework when you were debugging for performance or for unexpected errors. I understand how that can be a little bit frustrating. So we're making this incredible change. See, here's what else you're going to get out of the fact that we're going zoneless now in applications. You get improved performance. Big win. This is a very big win for developers. Your change detection cycles will just run less frequently. and more predictably. Improves core web vitals. This one is huge. People really care about these metrics, especially in your companies and organizations. They care about this metric. So there's going to be a reduced overhead, and you're going to have a smaller bundle size. Really big improvement. And improved debugging experience. How many people, you don't have to raise your hand, because if I say raise your hand, every hand will go up. We don't need that. How many people have spent time looking at a stack trace that had nothing to do with their code? Yeah, exactly. All the nods. So if I raise your hand, then we'll get a big gust of wind, because everybody just goes so fast. That's right. So better debugging experience. And then here's one thing that is a subtle but important change. We have better ecosystem compatibility with things, especially with JavaScript APIs. Because right now, before Zoneless, every time a new feature was introduced into the JavaScript API surface, we had to monkey patch it, right? We had to write some code to handle it. Then things like async await, for example. We had to do some compiler magic to down level it for promises. Lots of little things that increase the overhead, increase the complexity unnecessarily. But now, those things are going away with Zoneless. Now, let me tell you how to get to the Zoneless story. If you have a pen and paper or your keyboard's out, there's a lot to listen to right here. So if you want to take notes, here's how you can do it. So first and foremost, in your components, you got your change detection strategy. Now, Zoneless works without onPush. Contrary to popular belief, it works without onPush, but it's better if your components are compatible with it, you should use onPush. That's the first step, okay? So that's step one of like maybe 15, but we're gonna go through them fast. Step two, you gotta provide Zoneless change detection. Okay, so that's two. Remove the dependency, and that's it. Yeah. Oh, wow! Oh, that's so kind. How kind is that? But before we go on, I know that we complain about Zoneless a lot because, there is some troubles that we've had with Zoneless, right? But think about what Zoneless gave us. What Zone.js gave us in the beginning. Think about your initial impression of Angular when you first started with Angular. You could update your data in your component, and then the screen would just update. You could click on a button, and then your state, if it changed, your template would be in sync. It was magical. Zones gave us something really special as a developer experience. What happened was we just outgrew it. You started to build these incredible, sophisticated applications, and we found out that zones just weren't the solution anymore. But it doesn't mean that this technology wasn't incredible. So I just want to say thank you to the entire Zone.js team for all of their hard work, all the years helping us to build great applications in Angular. All right, something else to consider is that signals keep getting better. This is one of the best things that we've introduced to Angular was our Signals API. Developers have been enjoying it. You have been enjoying this. And we're making it better. Effect and linked signal are now stable, so you can use those in production. I won't say carefree, because some of y'all have been using effect the wrong way, and we see it. But we were able to fix some of the things that were going on with effect, because it was one of our last signal primitives to actually make it to production. It had been in developer preview for a long time, because we wanted to make sure that it was right. Incremental hydration. Think about this magical technology. At one point, people weren't even sure if we could do hydration in Angular. So not only we do hydration, we decided to introduce something incredible where you can have a part of your page. You can render the DOM and get the JavaScript payload later, only on a single part. That is literally, I call it future technology, because where else can you do that? Where else can you do something that cool? Look at this example. Example run. Don't embarrass me, example. Okay, there we go. All right. So you can render a part like this without fetching the JavaScript. That's incredible for your users. Think about the performance implications that you get to take advantage of. And this doesn't require any external libraries. This is just built into Angular. How fun is that? If you want to use something like this, it's built on top of the also very excellent defer syntax. And with defer, you can define when your lazy loaded parts of your template come into play. And so we just extended that same thing using the same triggers, but now with an additional keyword to just say hydrate on this trigger. And from there, everything's going to work for you. Hybrid rendering is getting better and better because now what you can do with your rendering story, because your server-side story is really important. So I've been working for a long time. I've been working for 20 years. When I first started building web apps, everything was rendered on the server side. Who remembers that story? Everything was rendered on the server side. You didn't have client-side rendering. Then we swung the pendulum all the way to client-side rendered only, and now we're back in this place where we're making the best decision for this situation. And Angular is right there with you because look at what you can do. Just look at what you can do now. You can render on the client. You can pre-render, so that's like static site generation. Or you can have your SSR story. All of this is at the route level now. So you can configure this per route. Now, this is a change that I feel like went slightly under the radar because we keep releasing so much stuff. We get it, I know. And this went slightly under the radar. But this is another very powerful way for you to build applications that your users will love. But let's talk about the quality of life that we've improved for you. Create component. Now you can bind to your dynamically generated components. I thought this was cool, but I wasn't the only person. Literally, one of our fantastic community members, Tomas, he even tweeted about, look at the 3 mind-blown emojis. That's how exciting this was. 3. He could just stop at 1. It went to 3. Because the dynamic UIs and the possibilities are really amazing. Now, event.target type narrowing, another really nice quality of life. Don't have to put any annies there. Like, I've been guilty of this, using any just to be convenient. Okay, so now you don't have to, in your code reviews, you don't have to put the any there and say, no, this is, saving time. Okay, so now it's going to be nice. So you're going to get some type narrowing. Things are going to be better. How about host binding type checking? People have been asking for this for a long time, and now it's built into your application. So for example, in your decorator, if you have something like style.color that's bound to a property, let's say that property doesn't exist, you'll get some type checking there and some errors there. Very nice. You don't have to wait until you run the application for that now. Very exciting stuff. Now, this is one that I didn't know that people wanted a lot. And when it happened, and I saw the reception, well, pleasantly surprised here. I was pleasantly surprised. Having as an alias and else if. Let me explain. You see, this is what everybody wanted because you already had it in if. You could already do the as alias. Okay, so now in else if, now you can do it. And now you can use it. So that's going to be really exciting. Hopefully this really improves the ergonomics around writing code in your Angular templates. How about ARIA bindings without the ATTR prefix? So now you'll get to do something like this. Okay, so this is very exciting. Top-level form array. We know that we're all excited about signal forms coming, but what about the other forms, like reactive forms? Well, okay, top-level form array. So you've been waiting for that. Now you got it. Oh, go ahead and clap. Thank you. It was a little too quiet in here. Okay. No, I love it. I love it. What about the tooling story? Let's talk about the tooling story. Hot module replacement by default. Now you see hot module replacement throughout more parts of your application. We started off with forms and went to style, then went to templates. So we are expanding this the best that we can, and we're hoping that you really enjoy this. Okay. It's okay to clap? Yeah. I love it. No. Let me explain something to you. When I'm up here, you can clap as much as you want. You do not even have to feel like, oh, should I clap? If you even think that, just go ahead and start clapping. I will see exactly. That's right. If you feel it, do it. Dev tools have made a major leap, and I think this is something that I think developers will really love. Let me tell you why. First, signal visualization. So you can see your signal graph in Angular Dev Tools. You can see properties. You can see where these things are. Very, very exciting. So amazing. So amazing. Somebody told me that, like here in Berlin, this was like the best audience in the world. and you all are only confirming that for me. So amazing, you all are amazing. Router visualization, you are, again, creating really sophisticated routing patterns. Now you can visualize it to know what's happening where. Very exciting update. Deferred visualization, this is one of the things that as you use more and more defer blocks, you may wonder what's happening in your application. Now you will have even better of a visualization for that. For example, here's how it works. In this example, we have a placeholder, and then once the deferred trigger is triggered, or the condition is met, let's say it that way, once the condition is met, then that part is replaced. But so you can see how this is in DevTools that you get to see where everything happens. So this is a big win for just having more insight. Now, the performance panel, oh, this is a chef's kiss moment. And the reason I say that is because as we have been talking about the way your debugging experience will improve with Zoneless, this also will help improve your debugging experience, because when you look at your flame charts in Chrome, you'll be able to see your components, and you'll see what parts of the application are taking render cycles, which parts are not, what's taking a long time to load, and it'll be in language that you understand, because we customized it for Angular developers. Very, very exciting. Definitely check out the new performance panel. Animations are better. We built the animations module because at the time, we were trying to do things that the web didn't have good APIs for. So we thought we'd build in some infrastructure to help you build more complex, more dynamic animations. Well, the web has gotten really incredible since then, since those days. CSS is absolutely incredible. So now we've decided to move away from the animations module and introduce 2 new APIs for you to try out. At this level, you use the enter, and you can define a class to run every time this DOM element enters. Or maybe you have a programmatic animation. Maybe you're using something like GSOC or Anime.js or some other thing that you want to program. So then you can also do that. Same thing with exit. You can define your class, or you can define a function that you can then call when it exits. So these are 2 very nice APIs that you can use in your templates for animations. Oh, thank you. Y'all, listen, your hands are going to be tired, and I love it. Don't worry, I love it. Your hands are going to get so tired, like, man, what happened? Why are my hands so red? All the clapping, that's going to be so great. We introduced Angular.dev/AI at Google I/O. This is the project that I spearheaded, and I am so proud of this work because we knew that the development world was going to change, and it wasn't going to change slowly. It's going to change quite quickly. Think about the fact that this conference itself has an entire track dedicated to AI and building with AI. Let's talk about how Angular is ready for this challenge. If you go to angular.dev/AI, you will get prompts and context. That way, in your chosen editor, you can have best practices, fine-tuned prompts to generate good Angular code in your applications, no matter what LLM you're using. So we have that available for you. But wait, there's more. We actually defined the rules files for some of the popular IDEs out there. And guess what? If you have a rules file that you think is beneficial, submit a PR. We'd love to see it. Submit a PR. But what about code generation? Because that is literally the latest thing right now. Everyone cares a lot about code generation. Well, let's talk about some key integrations. One, in the Gemini Canvas app. In the Gemini app in the Canvas feature, guess what you can do? You can specify, that is really small, I'm very sorry, but you can specify which framework, specifically Angular, in your prompt to generate an application now. So that way, whatever's generated from Gemini Canvas is an Angular app. And you can edit that right in your browser. Very exciting. But we didn't stop there. We also worked with the Google AI Studio. I get those brand names right. I'm not going to get yelled at when I get home. Forget that. We worked with the AI Studio team. And we also worked on getting Angular integration with AI Studio. And now, when you go to AI Studio, you can select Angular TypeScript from the generation options and then also generate Angular applications. That's a big deal. No, that's a big deal, 100%. And here's also something that's really fantastic. How many friends have heard of our Web Code Gen Scorer project? All right, let's talk about this one. Now this is magic. This is magic. We wanted to prove that code generation in Angular was not only possible, but very good. So we built a tool that is open source, configurable for whatever model or framework, because we want it for everybody. We started with Angular and we just expanded it to everybody to help you fine-tune your prompts in your application. Guess what? You can fork this tool and then you can adapt it and use it and get what you get is a report for fine-tuning your prompts. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. So it's open source, I told you that already. We run hundreds of examples given the prompt. We generate hundreds of examples, and then we score those examples. And like I said, this is configurable. So let's say you don't want to use Gemini. I don't know, why not? But let's say you don't. You want to use something else, you can. You can. So for example, if you want to create something like this, the ASCII art generator. Well, here's what you can see is in a report that gives you all of the details around what it did. So did it build successfully? Were there any runtime exceptions? All right. Was the code size sufficient? All of this, again, is available to you to use for your projects if you're trying to develop fine-tuned prompts for a framework and LLM. And here, look at this score. Now, what this top line shows is how we generated this report back in September. But guess what? Look at the outcomes. This rating shows that only 3 of the applications were less than 70% on our grading scale. Only 3. That's pretty exciting because that's a pretty high effectiveness score for generating code with an LLM, especially when we're doing Angular or other framework code. See, we found this to be true, that LLM models are great for Angular developers. And we've given you a fine-tuned prompt to also help. So that's how, when I say we had our fine-tuned prompt on the angular.dev/AI, this is how we generated it. We used our code gen score to validate it. So that's just not our feelings that that prompt is good. This is the evidence that it's good. So good that we talked to the Solid.js team and said, hey, try this out. Even Solid.js tried it out. And they're having a good time with it, measuring and monitoring the effectiveness of their code generation prompts. Very cool stuff. We got an MCP server that you can use that's getting more and more features. In Angular v21, we're announcing even more things for Angular MCP server. So that's really exciting. Model context protocol. So much is happening in AI, so if I just said some letters, you're like, I don't even know what you're talking about, do not feel bad. Nobody is behind. Nobody is left behind. Things are changing so rapidly, how can you keep up? So MCP is Model Context Protocol, and it is a way for LLMs to work with tools that you provide to it. So when you have an agent, it can call different tools, and it's just a standardized protocol for that. Angular has this same support. We have our AI-based tutor that runs in tools like Firebase Studio, and it runs in the MCP server. So if you want to learn about Angular, let's say you want to try something out, you want to just have a rubber duck to bounce ideas off of, you have this now. This is available to you. But this is only the beginning of our AI journey. We have even more coming in this story. So please, please stay tuned with us. Head over to angular.dev/AI. Now, before I go on, I got to say, a huge shout out to one of my colleagues at Google. Anybody heard of a friend called Minko Getchev? Yeah. Let's definitely give him a big thank you and a big round of applause for all the hard work that he's done over the years with the Angular community and his Angular DevRel lead before me. And I just want to say thank you to Minko because he taught me a lot and he contributed so much to the Angular community. He'll still be around, but just in a different role. But definitely want to say thank you to Minko. Let's give him a round of applause. And here's what I want to say to you as I'm going to wrap up and close up my time with you. This is the time. This is the time. With AI and then Angular being such amazing tools to your disposal. This is the time to create the applications that you've been dreaming of. This is the time to build the things that you know that you wish existed, and now you have all the tools to do it. This is the time. There's never been a better time to be an Angular developer. The tools are as good as they've ever been. You all are as incredible as you've ever been. And the opportunity is right here for you. You know, my vision for this community, if I have to be honest, is just to see you all thrive. That's what I care about. When I joined the Angular community 5 years ago, that was my whole focus. Learning from you, learning about you, and trying to figure out what can I do? What can I do to help? How can I help you? And that's what's going to happen next. We're going to continue that story because this is the time to build applications that your users will love. And we're so excited to be here with you. If you want to know more about what we're doing next, definitely check out our developer event that's coming up in just a few weeks. And special shout out to my other colleague who is here, Jens, who's going to be giving a keynote tomorrow. He's going to be explaining, well, how do we decide what do we do next? How do we know? He's going to help debunk that story and help get some clarity. So definitely tune in for that. You definitely want to be in the room. It's going to be really, really special. Can I say one last thing to you? Can I say thank you? You all are so amazing. Thank you for having me. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Mark. I have a tiny thing for you. So every speaker gets a small trophy as a huge thank you. So for all your time that you've been here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very cool.
So before our next speaker, tiny bit of housekeeping. So apparently we already have a lot of lost and found stuff. In case you're looking maybe for your bank card, please check, and other things. So either reception or cloakroom, right? Okay, so our next speaker, I'm super excited, Mathieu. He is literally the living proof that Angular is community, which I love. He started 3 years ago to contribute to the open source project, and he's a team member for a year now, full time, and I love that. He works on DevTools, documentation, and also my favorite topics. And oh, by the way, he's half German. You speak German, right? Whole talk will be in German. Awesome. So please, a very warm welcome for Mathieu and new APIs for Angular Forms. Welcome.
Hard to go on stage after Mark. So much energy. This. Here. Yes. So, Angular. About Angular. Recently, I found myself on Reddit. I was like, oh, I want to get some opinions from the community and ask one simple question. What's your least favorite API of Angular? And you know what answer I did get? Number one least favorite API, control value accessor. Yeah, I see some nodding heads. And yeah, this led me to think, yeah, somehow our forms is probably the APIs you use the most, and at the same time, it's one of the APIs you hate the most. And this is why my talk today, I called it Adapted. Forget that you hate writing forms. And for this, I'm introducing to you the new experimental Signal Forms. So, like I was introduced, I'm Mathieu Riegler. I live in France. I'm a software engineer, also half German. I'm the kind of dude that codes in the train. You often see pictures of me writing something in the train. I'm part of the team as a contractor at Google. And you can find me on different social networks, mostly under my very French nickname, Jean Mèche. So, Angular and signals. We know that the developers love our reactivity system. It brings simplicity and a breath of fresh air to the way we manage our states. No mark for check, no more change, expression change errors, things like this. And whether your app uses signals or not, whether it runs on the server or on the client, it just works. And even better with this, we have a beautiful composability with them. You can use the computer, the link signals, the experimental resource just to build your state for your application. And to add to that, signals and forms are some kind of a match in heaven. In fact, the use case for building signals was central in the design of, building forms was central in the design and validation of the Angular Signals API. Because the forms were essentially an exercise in complex state management. And early on, the reactivity exploration, we recognized that forms would be the ultimate use cases for signals. So with signal forms, we wanted to start by addressing one of the main questions we often see when developers talk about forms in Angular. Like, should I use template-driven forms? Should I use the reactive forms? And we would want to have a single solution for everything. So one is better than two. Second, we want to take the best part of the template-driven forms, because we know that some of you love the template-driven forms because they are simple. They are they bring the declarative part of the APIs that you love. But at the same time, we know that a lot of developers also love the reactive forms because they scale so well, and also because you have a separation between view and logic. And of course, we want to add to that the signals. And this brings us to what we want, something that is the signal forms. So, one of the biggest exercises we had with the signal forms was to set the design goals we wanted for that API. And oh boy, you will see. First, we want to have something that scales smoothly. That you can go from a basic forms with a few fields to a multi-page stepper. So you can have something that will allow you to manage the complexity of your forms while also having something that is very low boilerplate for the most simple forms. Secondly, we want something that synchronizes effortlessly. If you've used the reactive forms, you know that sometimes it is hard to get the thing between the forms and the model, etc. So we wanted to rely on the reactivity for having a smooth synchronization between your form and your model. And of course, like I said, reactivity. And when I say reactivity is, for example, all the elements you get from your forms, the validity, the values, the states, everything should be a signal. But also, everything should be able to leverage the reactivity system so you can able to derive, for example, if your state is disabled, if your state depends on some external data that is not part of your form, things like this. So the reactivity you're already enjoying in your application should be built in directly into the forms. Then, also, this is something that is very important to us, is that we don't live in a vacuum. There is an existing ecosystem that we want to reuse. Like, for example, in forms, you might have libraries like Zod, like Valebot, that do schema validation. They want you to be able to leverage them, if you already love them, into the forms, so you don't have to rewrite some of the most critical part of forms, like validation. Then, we want you to be able to compose freely your forms, to break down them into composable, testable, and reusable small parts of your application. Then also, and this is something that's very important to us, that's almost part of our API, is that you should be able to plug them into your existing forms so you can have, let's say, the newest API, the one you want to use, but also able to rely on something that's already existing and having just a built-in compatibility between both so you can slowly migrate from one to the other. But not only that, there's a lot of different things that we wanted to do to set ourselves for the goal. Like, we wanted to be model first. We wanted to have less boilerplate. We wanted to have no more CVA. And I know that you will love this. We want it to be AI friendly. When I say AI friendly, we want that the AI's clients should be able to generate the forms like you ask them to without having too many issues. We want them to be type safe, very important. We know that you love TypeScript. The TypeScript brings you the type safety, so you spend less time fixing small bugs. We want it to be declarative. We want it to be also with accessibility in mind. All of this is the goals we set ourselves with the Signal forms. And oh boy, I'm telling you, we want it all. Yeah. But just before I dive into more code examples, I need to mention one thing. So the example I will show you today are all working examples of the prototype we are currently building. So you have to know that this is pretty much a work in progress. In Angular, we have two designations for APIs that we are still working on, still developing. We're talking about developer preview and experimental. The developer preview is mostly an API that we consider complete, that the main features address, no major bugs, but we still want to give ourselves a little bit of space to get in some inputs and address some potential changes and allow us to introduce breaking changes without having to wait for a major version. With the experimental API, this is something, let's say, completely different. We know that that API is not finished. It's not ready. It's pretty much a work in progress, and we know we're going to break things. And it started very early with the Signal forms. The first version we released since then, we've renamed some APIs. We already changed some behavior. So it's really important that you understand that experimental, we really mean it. It will change, it will break. So if you use it, be ready for that. But we want to give you the opportunity to actually play with it, test it, and give us some early feedback and things that you like or don't like about them already. So yeah, let's dive in directly and let's meet the Signal forms. Let's start, like I said, Signal forms will be model first, model-driven. So I'll take an example of having a simple form like a feedback form with a name, an email, and some kind of feedback text. So when you want to define this, you have a component where you have your signals, that's your model, and what you just do is, okay, you create a form from that model, and that's just it. This way, you create a form object. What does that form object actually do? So it gives you a different access to different information, like the form object, we call that a field tree today. It gives you access to the different fields of the form. Like I said, it is type safe. So you can access to the name. It will say that the name, if you access it, it's a string. We call that access a field tree. So that's a logical access to the data. It's not the data itself. If you want to access the data of the form itself, you just call it. It will give you what we call a field state. And on that state, you can read some elements like the value and the validity. Those both are signals, so you get what you want. You want to have the different states of your form, of your data. So now that we've seen a bit of the TypeScript side of the Signal forms, we'll see how we use them in templates. You might remember that with reactive forms, you have to import the modules. With template-driven forms, you have to import the modules. With Signal forms, we went with something that's way simpler. We have just one single directive. This is today called field directive. You import it in your component like every other directive that you already did. And you add it on a form this way. You have inputs, regular HTML inputs. You added a field. And from this field, you add the form object and the key you want to access. So here, like I said, it's not a value. That's a path on your form. Now that you have a basic example of the forms, how do you manage the validations? So we go back to our feedback example. We have the model with all the fields. We define our forms. And the first thing that we'll add to the forms where we added the signal is we add to it a callback. The callback is like, you would say, that is invoked during construction of your form. And here we will define the rules we give to our form. Like, imagine you want to access different information. Like I said, you have the field path. This is just a logical access to the form. And here you have the whole form. You can access things like the email, the name. But remember, like I said, this is a logical access. This is not the value itself. You cannot call the value directly and say, OK, I want to do some checks. What you will do, we'll add some rules to our forms. So imagine you want one of the fields to be required. You say, OK, I want my email field, so the path and access the email, I just want it to be required. That's just it. One of the issues that really early bothered me with the forms that were implemented until now is the error messages. The error messages had to be somewhere else, and the logic was very separate between the form and just the message. Here, what you just want to do is add the error message directly to the rule you want to add. So here, required, and if you have an error, it will just show equal email, is required. And the same way, you want to add some other validation. You want it to verify that that email is actually valid. The same way, we have an email validator. And also, if you have an email validator, you add a message to it. OK, email is invalid. So we define all the rules directly into forms. That's what we call the declarative part. Today, at least for now, we will provide a set of built-in validators required, the min, the max for numbers, the minimum length, the maximum length. Imagine you have an array, the email, and the patterns validators. Those are the ones that we already provide with the existing forms. Now, imagine you want to build custom validators, because we know that the initial set that we have won't be enough, and also you want to build into all your rules. You want to have custom validators. So we get back to our form, and we add that little function that is validate. You pass it the email. Once you've done this, you want to add the condition on this. So you add the callback, so you will be able to access the path of the form. And here, you just say, OK, you want to access the value. So this is a callback that will be called every time validation runs on your form. You are checking the value and say, OK, if the value ends with yahoo.com, you want to have an error. And if you don't want an error, you just return undefined like in existing validators. And of course, you want to add that custom error message. Custom error message has a dedicated function where you also pass the message. So, which is great. Like I said, we declare things at a single place, and it's great to write and also great to read. I remember it was not so long ago. I've been working in development for more than 12 years now. And a couple of years back, someone told me something that's really, it changed something in me, that code is more read than written. So we should aim to something that is easy to read, easy to understand. And with signal forms, we actually achieve that because you can just understand by reading the declaration of your form what's going to happen. Also, what do I have next? Oh, yeah. So if I come back to the total example, like I said, you can have built-in validations, the required, the emails, or the custom validation with the validate. Now, imagine you want to do something that is really hard to implement today, for example, in reactive forms, is the cross-validation logic. It requires a lot of boilerplate, it's very buggy if you want to go with something simple, and we thought like we want to have something that's even simpler with signal forms. So we go back to an example, most common case of cross-field validation. You want to have a sign-up form where you give an email, and when you want to cross-check that the password matches the confirmed password. So we create our form from our model, like I said, model-driven, and you'll use the function validate to say, okay, I want to validate that my confirmed password matches the value of something else. So you access the value of the confirmed password, and also you want to access other value of the password field. And for this, you'll use the value of. The value of will allow you to access the value on another field of the form. So P, the path of the form, and here you access the password, and with value, you access the confirmed password field. So here, basically, you just check that you can confirm that both passwords are the same, and if they're not, you create a custom error with that error message, and if it's valid, then you just return undefined. Simple way to describe cross-validation into your signal forms. The same way, if you want to have some disabled validation, you want to disable fields depending on some other fields, like it's not validation here, but how you cross-check between fields and act on it. So when I say that signal forms are reactive, is that you declare some dependencies between, say, you're able to have some derivation of the state, like if a field is disabled, I want just to declare a rule. And here you create, so you define your disabled validator, you pass it the feedback, you have the value and value of, so you check that the value of ratings is below 4. If it's below 4, check the rating mate, you want to have something that is higher. Simple cross-checking of fields, either for validation or for some other behaviors. Now, another part that's very important to us, the composition. We know that in enterprise app, forms are really heavy. You sometimes want to reuse elements. You want to be able to test it, smaller parts, etc., etc. So composition is really important. The way you will do composition with signal forms, imagine we have something like an address book where you have data that reuses things like the contact model. So we have a single contact model for yourself, but also a list of contact models, which are your own contacts. Simple form with first name, last name, and just an email, and we create an object which is an empty contact. Like I said, model-driven, you create a signal with you, with an empty contact, and an empty list of contacts. We create a form the same way. You call the form function, you pass it the model, and you have the callback field just to set the validations. So here, for example, I want my form to have at least one contact in it, else it's not valid. So you use the min length validator, you pass it the contact path, you say only minimum one, and your error message. Like I said, again, very declarative. Now, if you want to have a subset, a buildable block for your validations, you will use what we use a schema object. And the schema object, you will say, OK, whatever I give you, I want to give you the rule for a contact element. So the contact model, here you see it's the model I'm giving. It's not something that's really, it's not a form object like we have, for example, in reactive forms. Here I just say, OK, for every contact I will give you, you check that at least it has the first name and that the email is actually a valid email. And again, error messages next to the validation. And you can directly apply that rule into your schema, into your form callback by using two different functions. The first one is apply, when you want to apply that schema to a single field, like book.me, which is only myself and the myself object, where is a single object, and you just pass the schema that we just created. And if you want to apply that to every element of an array, for example, here, my contacts, I just need to use the apply each, and on the schema, on the path that represents the list of contacts, I just say apply each, the contacts, and I pass it the schema. So a single function can be used to validate both single elements and an array of elements. And this is the part of our composition. And basically, if you want to put it in your forms, like I said, you just, oh, I didn't rename that. So like I said, we changed names. Control was the name that we had before for the field directive. Today it's called the field directive, and you just pass the forms, and you have either the single element, or if you want to iterate with a for block on the context, and you pass every single contact of the array to the field directive. And if ever you want to just update the value on whatever action, you have an add contact button. You just act not on the form objects, but directly on your model. You would directly on the model. If it's a signal that comes from outside, you can act on the signal itself. But here you can access it directly via the form objects. You go to the form, you want the contacts, you can value, and you update it like a regular signal that you update in your applications. Now, another interesting part is, and this is the first time I saw it, I saw the idea, I was like, fuck yeah, that's what I want. And it's the custom form controls, because, okay, single form, simple inputs, that's really easy, always has been, but you want often to build something custom for you to reuse, or because the complexity of the form behind, you want to hide it a bit. Let's take an example where I just want to build a small rating component. So how would I implement it today without any of the signal forms? And for this, I just create my model. I have a rating. I have a disable state. I would just create the component, pass it down with the two-way binding. I pass the rating, and I pass the disable state. If you look at the code that you will write for this, you have so the star rating component. You have a model for the value, so you can update the parent, two-way bindings with model. And you have a computer that was just, okay, give me the stars so I can show the icon. So if it's if the value is below, you will show just the outline. If it's above, you will show the full stars. So real simple component. You add an action on it because you want to be able to interact with it, so it updates the model, so it will update the model in the parent. Of course, you add some styling directly to the component, etc. So basically, no forms on our component. We just have a bunch of signals directly into it. And you would use it the same way I just described, your component, your value, and disable. And you know what? How would you just write this with the signal forms? Well, you won't change very much. You pass the rating, you pass the value, and actually, that's just it. You replace the value with the field directive, you're passing the rating, and no control value accessor. You see, it just works. You just pass the field directive that you added to your component. And it will just works. Isn't it mind-blowing? No more custom implementation, just data-driven, and it's... And it might look a little bit like magic, but it's actually not that much. We have an interface that will just tell you, okay, these are all the signals that if you provide them, we will directly support it into the form support. So if you have value that is model, if you have an input that is disabled, if you have an input that is disabled reasons, which generate a string or reason, I don't remember. You have a read-only state, you have the validity, you have the dirtiness of your form, the pending status, etc., etc. So all these signals, all these inputs, if you provide them, if you build them into your component, they will be supported directly if you pass it a field directive. And of course, also the error value. Also, yeah, sorry. You can also pass some sort of metadata. Like I said, everything is defined in the form UI control interface. You will be able to check it. So what are the fields that are already built in and supported without any additional implementation. Just to summarize a bit, yeah. Signal forms are pretty much a work in progress. Today, we are heavily working on preparing some docs for the release next, I want to say next month, but already in November, later this month. We want to work on the async validation, which should be implemented on top of resources, which we know you already like. We want to have some great debounceability on your forms, so you are able to react maybe with some delay, so you don't spam some APIs, for example. We want to work, like I said, on the interoperability with the existing forms. We want to have some heavy type checking so you don't mess your data. Performance optimizations, again, so we don't compute as much, we only compute as much as we need. We want to have, to give you the possibility of building dynamic forms, etc., etc., etc. So when I say experimental, it's not only because things will change, it's also because there's so much work that it still needs to be done. If you want to try it today, I invite you to check that StackBlitz example. It's built on the latest pre-release, released yesterday, the V21 RC. I can leave it a few seconds if you want the link. So it's on StackBlitz, edits/signal forms. It's a simple example for you to have a look at and play with it. So, yeah. And like I said, this is available today, to test today. You just have to install the V21 RC, and we will release it in V21 as an experimental API, and we will deliver on regular basis some new features, some new fixes, as we are working on it continuously. And I'd like to thank you so much for being such a great community. And you will find my slides a bit later today on my website directly. I hope you enjoy NGDE today and tomorrow. And if ever you have any questions, you want to talk about anything, I'll be around the next 2 days. And I'm happy to chat with everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What an amazing talk. Thank you. So again, tiny bit of housekeeping. This is why I'm here. Might have been paid as a housekeeper today. So there's an amazing break coming up. So please, please, please enjoy the space. Go outside. The sun is shining. It's beautiful outside. We also have coffee. Really, really good coffee, if you want to take that. In the back, you see the Eon stand. They will have talks. Really good talks, basically. Yeah, it's over there. Someone is already showing now. And it will be silent talks, which means you get headphones and can just listen, right? But enjoy. We will be back here, 11:45, with Enea, who will talk a lot about signals, which I love. And in the aula, which is in the back, please go there. Jim will show us, will tell us a little bit how AI will take our jobs, right? So don't miss that. Have fun, enjoy, talk to each other, get to know each other, and see you in a little bit. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Everyone got coffee? Yes? I feel like you need more. No, it's all right. So our next speaker, Ania, lovely human. We had time to chat yesterday. Something that I found out is that he apparently has 3,000 followers on Instagram. Posted sex pictures. Might want to ask him about that. Also, he's not just a GDE expert who loves scalability and performance, but also he's an expert at social media. He keeps you all updated about Angular news, and yeah, he does an amazing job about that. I hope you had some sleep tonight, and I hope you can manage the 30 minutes, we'll see. Very excited, so welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello to the online people, too, because it's live stream. So, today's topic is built on top of Angular signals. I'll start with a little bit of history, things that we already know. And the first one is dependency injection. All of us, of course, know what dependency injection in Angular is. And in order to do dependency injection before, we should, or always needed a constructor and a class, or some, let's say, use factory in our injection tokens. And of course, we can just inject any kind of service using, I don't know, protected user profile state, and we put the class as a, let's say, type there. And Angular will do its job inside, let's say, its compiler and convert those things to something else. And of course, dependency injection was tied to classes only. You couldn't use them anywhere else. And something happened. In V14, Angular released a function called inject. Not released, just made it public. It was always there because that's what Angular has always been using internally for the constructor injection. It just compiled everything to inject under the hood. And of course, we could just now use inject to do dependency injection. Now we can use them in guards that can be just functions. We don't need a big class with an @injectable that we don't know if we need to provide it in root or not for a guard or an interceptor. And of course, basically inject is the modern way to access DI. It simplifies class components, class component inheritance, and of course, enables us to have function-based and composable features, and we'll see about that today. Inject is also now the recommended option for doing dependency injection since V20. Providers. Well, we have environment providers. Everything that we put in the providers array in Bootstrap application is an environment provider. And of course, every component inside our application will have access to it. It's like doing provided in root. And of course, in modules, we also have the providers array in there too. And every component in that module will have access. But it's not just components, it's also other providers that we provide there, or directives, pipes, and everything else. And of course, now we also have route providers that are also environment providers scoped to that route only, and all its children, let's say, routes. And lately, I've seen this pattern used a lot. Now we don't have an issue with, let's say, providing services in our components anymore, because of some patterns that have, let's say, been used or showcased lately in the community. OK, so we have this kind of providers, mostly Bootstrap application providers, ng module, component directives providers, route providers, and of course, good old provided in root. OK, why the intro to injection and providers? Well, because we have to know when an injector scope gets destroyed. Why is that important? Well, because most of the time, we provide something, and inside those services, or let's say injection tokens, we may register some listeners, or some subscriptions, or a set interval, or a set timeout. And if a provider or injection token never gets destroyed, so its instance never gets destroyed, then what happened is that we basically will have a never-ending set interval, or a never-ending subscription. And those are so easy to, let's say, forget. And this way causing sometimes also memory leaks. So we have subscriptions, DOM event listeners, and timers, things that most of the time will cause issues when you forget about them, if you don't unsubscribe. Sometimes also in SSR if you're doing a migration in there. And in order to do, let's say, cleanup, most of the time we used ng-on-destroy on components. And of course, ng-on-destroy is only usable on classes, like components, directives, pipes, but also sometimes services that are provided in some component. So we cannot use them in functions. We cannot do cool stuff with them. We couldn't, I have to say. And we can say that we couldn't reuse cleanup logic. We couldn't do it because we were tied to classes only. In order to do cleanup, we would have to extend the class in order to properly, let's say, reuse code somehow. And then DestroyRef comes and basically unlocked a lot of things. And we'll see all about it in a minute. So DestroyRef is a token that basically provides us access to the destruction lifecycle of injection token or injector scope. So think of it like if you inject it, it will tell you when its injector gets destroyed. So we have DestroyRef that we can use with inject now, of course. And inside the constructor, we can just say this.DestroyRef.onDestroy, and inside of it, we can provide any cleanup logic that we need. I just console log something. For example, if we have a user service and have some user history variable, and after that we subscribe inside constructor, we store the subscription in a variable, and then inside our DestroyRef, we can just clean it up. So we co-locate code. So basically, having inject and DestroyRef has unlocked a lot of possibilities for Angular, because just like we can co-locate code in the same place, we can just move it out completely. For example, we can just say inject some external state, have, let's say, inject also DestroyRef, because we need that token. We can say create some state, subscribe to some external one, because there's always async stuff to do. And then, of course, inside DestroyRef, we can clean up and return the state that we have, all in the same place. And, of course, easily use it, as we have seen a lot of patterns lately. So, and core thing is that we make sure that all the subscriptions are cleaned up, because we always clean up, even though we call them inside functions. The injectable there, it's not provided in root, so it's still tied to its, let's say, provider scope or injection scope. So if you provide it in Bootstrap application, that subscription that you may have there probably will never get cleaned up. So we can reuse cleanup logic through the application without having to use inheritance, and that's a big win. And I have to say that almost every new API that Angular has released that subscribes to something or gets something asynchronous uses that pattern. Effect, resource, form, signal forms. After next render, every render effect, HTTP resource, RX resource, whatever, to signal and to observable. Everything uses inject and DestroyRef. So back to the previous example with user history, we can do the same thing. We can just set some state, subscribe to some observable, and return that state. And of course, use it as a normal variable, say user history, inject some user history. But we have that thing called user history there that's just a normal array. But if our subscriptions emits again, our parent component that uses that function won't get notified. Of course, that will only be updated once. And what's the last piece of the puzzle? Any idea? Say it louder. Signals, yes, it's signals. Signals and reactivity. Basically, we all know signals, I hope at this point. Who has no idea about signals? Raise your hands. Come on, one? OK, good. I love it. So we have signals. We can create them. We can derive them using computed. And of course, using the effect, we know that when they change, something will be executed. And of course, we can update them in, let's say, macro task queue. Otherwise, they will just be coalesced into one update. And signals, of course, improved something called change detection. Last year at NGD, I gave a talk about signals change detection in Angular. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. And basically, it had this core slide there. With signals, Angular can just change detect or synchronize only the component that changed and nothing else. So the whole componentry doesn't have to be checked if you're using onPush. And if you only one signal change, only that component will have to update and nothing else. And that's so cool. But Angular doesn't just do change detection anymore. It does a lot of other things. So it's a normal framework. Again, I have to call it. It's called synchronization. Let's say we have a component that says double. We show a double computed. And then when we click, we increase a count that double depends on. And if we compile it to some imaginary JavaScript or just normal JavaScript, like we create two variables, count signal, count double, which is a computed, and then we do some document create element. That's something almost what Angular does under the hood, and except the effect part. So basically what we do is we create elements, append them to the body, and of course inside the effect, every time our double component changes, the effect calls itself, it updates the text content. So basically the same idea, but with just JavaScript and signals. So what I want you to think is that think of the template as it's running inside an effect. Every time a signal changes inside an effect, what we know is the effect will run, basically updating our template, or in our case, updating DOM. So basically, Angular is a framework that synchronizes signals to the DOM. Nothing else. Or not. So synchronization basically updates the DOM view based on signal state. Now let's say we have an input. So we have a count, and of course we use it as an input value, and of course we have a change event listener that updates our count when it changes. Let's compile it to JavaScript again, and basically that's what we will have, something like add event listener, some change, and update that count when the event emits. And of course, because we have the effect, it will always update the value. So we can do better, of course, because as we saw, that's a lot of code for one basic thing. And ngModel. Who loves ngModel? OK. All your reactive forms? OK. OK. With ngModel, what we can do is basically put a signal inside of it. Don't have to call it. And it just synchronizes. Nothing else. And that's perfect. Because the framework speaks in signals. It says, give me a signal, I know what to do with it. I can synchronize it with my DOM, and I will synchronize DOM with your state. Basically, Angular saw that as an opportunity, and now it also provides, let's say, two-way binding native signal support with model. So we can say model, so read-only count model. And of course, it's a signal, so we can just call it. It's a signal, a writable signal, so we can also update it, so-called set or update on it. And of course, when we use it, like counter, we can just use two-way data binding with it. And of course, that count is the same count name, that variable name that we use there. And then we can just provide another signal, a writable one. So what we can see here is basically that we can use signals, writable signals, give it to the framework, and the framework will know what to do, when to update, and how to update it. And of course, everything else works as normal signals with computed and effect. And don't forget the effect that always updates our state. So not just updating the view with signal state, but also updating our signal state with a, let's say, DOM state. Basically, Angular embraces two-way binding to the fullest. It says, give me everything where I can write and I can read, and I'll just make sure that everything just works. You don't have to care about change detection issues anymore. So let's build on top of DI that we saw before and some signals. So I have to say, most written code is glue code, basically connecting pieces together. So let's connect signals and RxJS. How many of you have used toSignal? Man, good. So this is a simplified internal view of how it looks like, but we can see one core thing. We have inject this to ref. We create some state. So we say a source, a signal with some initial value, if you provide it. We subscribe to some external word, which in our case is our observable. So we subscribe to observable and set the signal state when it updates. We clean up with destroy_ref, as we saw before. Cool. And then we just return something, in our case, a signal, which is reactive, meaning that wherever we use it, it just works as all the other signals. And of course, if we have an observable, I don't know, get user ID, we can just put it inside a toSignal, and it will give us signal value out of it. So basically, some glue code to bridge two different worlds. So let's build. What are we going to build? Well, a route param and a query param. Let's see how we can use some of these to, let's say, simplify code. So let's use glue code to create more glue code. So we have a route param. We can say const route, inject activated route. That's where we get our query params mostly, inside our components or services. We say return toSignal, and inside of it we say route param, and inside the pipe we do some transformation. In our case, we just get all the params object and give it the param name, param key. And that's it. Now what we can do is the same thing for query param. So we have toSignal, and inside of params we use query params field inside that activated route. And in order to use it, we just say user ID equals route param, and we give the param key that we care about. Same thing about search query. We call query param, and that's it. Now we have a signal. We don't have to do the conversion from activated route params that is an observable to some signal, so we can use it, I don't know, inside some resource or Rx resource, or inside some effect, or get some state from URL to make an API call to get our user details. You just put a line there, and it's just supposed to give us everything that we need in a signals forms. Cool. Well, there are also other one-way derivation utilities. For example, resource. Resource just does the same thing. We can say resource. It accepts some parameters like ID, which is a signal, of course. And the loader, which will basically be our derivation logic. But all of this is one way. So we get some data, and that's it. And we can read it like value is loading, has value and error. So we saw how we can build with DI signals. Now let's also add some synchronization into it. So built-in synchronization tools, signal forms. That's what they do. Yeah. So if we have a signal, a writable one, we can just give it to our form function, which accepts a writable signal. And that form function will provide everything else, like value, valid, read-only, messages, errors, everything else, and synchronize them with a template. And also when template changes, it updates our filters form signal, that is a signal form. And our signal form, the moment that it changes, it tells the parent signal, in our case, this.filters, that it updated, and also updates that one. So it's basically doing two-way binding between your signal and the DOM. And you don't have to care about it, because that's the best part of signals. It just synchronizes themselves. So can we have query params with two-way binding support? Of course. So there's a library called ngExtension. I work on it, and it has a function called linked query param. What does it do? This is simplified internal view. So inject activated route, destroy_ref the router. We do state subscription cleanup, so get the signal source, create one, then do a subscription to query params, get that state, and also register the onDestroy to unsubscribe. Then we have update and navigate, a custom function that we update the outside world, tell it how this signal can be updated, or the outside world can be updated. So we just do a route navigate, empty array, so it doesn't change the current path. Just says update this fixed query param with this value, keep all the other things unchanged. So basically, query params handling merge. And of course, what we can do is we can override the original source signal and set method and the update method to use our custom method. And of course, that's the whole code. But that's a simplified internal view. It does much more than that. It's like two-way binding, parsing, stringification, built-in parser, default values, call-less updates, whatever. Global configuration, dynamic keys, source signal integration, automatic synchronization, initial value from URL, and it's easily testable because it just uses activated route. So you're just testing signals in the end on your router state. We can use it like link query param search. It gives us a writable signal. And that's usable everywhere, in your forms, in your models, in your signal state, signal store, anything that accepts a signal, that thing will just work. We can parse, of course, param to number, or with some default value, or to Boolean, or to some array. We can use it in an Rx resource. We can say request, this is search, this.search, this is page, this.page, and do, I don't know, get to-dos. OK, some demo time. What I have here, flights application, of course. So as you can see, I can refresh. It works, so it's not a video. Yes. So I can click Show Filters. It shows filters. I can hide filters. It hides filters, right? But if I want to keep the filters open, I want to update my state here. So whenever I send this link to someone else, because it can also have pagination there, I want that state to be in the URL, so my links can be shareable easily and retain that UI state. So what I can do, I have this show filter signal. So show filter set, hide, otherwise normal signals. What I can do is say I want a linked query param that is bound to show filters. I want to have also some parsing because I want to use a Boolean there. So I can say parse, param to Boolean, and of course my default value should be false. That's it. I didn't touch anything else because everything else, it's a writable signal, it's normal signal state. I can just come here, click show filters. I have a query param now. Same thing here. If I refresh, it just stays open. So basically it's synchronized with the router. What else can we synchronize? I see that we have this dark mode filter here. So I have to do something like that in order for it to work. So if I have my application open in two tabs, if some state changes in the other, that is also crucial for the other tabs that I have open. I want to synchronize them, and I can use local storage for that. So there's another function in ng extension called inject local storage. So what I can do is say inject local storage. I want to have light, of course, as my default value. And I want to link this to some, I don't know, theme mode as a key for my local storage. I can save. I can go to my site. I can just change local. And basically, it synchronizes not just the signal with the local storage. It synchronizes the signal with every other tab that you have. OK, what else can we do? Well, just like we have dark mode, I also want to synchronize my filters. I have filters, which is a writable signal, right? And I have local storage that I can use to synchronize between tabs. What I can do is go to my flights, comment out my code here, tell the application to store my show filters in local storage with some parsing for Booleans with some default value of false. OK? And at the same time, I can say, please, link this signal to the query params. So I can say parse, param to Boolean, and source should be this.showFilters. I can come here, refresh to make sure everything works. I can hide filters, and I can hide filters in both pages at the same time. So basically, having synchronized state for everything, and that's what writable signals and signal synchronization does. And that's so cool. Thank you. If you want to know more about all these signals with custom change methods, or if they should have a set or update method or other ones, there's an open issue that you can check in Angular GitHub repository. You can leave your comments there. And if you need more features, well, ng extension is an open source library, MIT. It's feature rich. It uses all the modern Angular features. It's extensible. Everything is tested. I don't know how many tests we have. And of course, tree shakeable. If you use one function, you only import one function, nothing else. So completely tree shakeable. And of course, there's a lot of signal utilities, router utilities, injectors, and other cool stuff. Lately, it reached 51K weekly downloads. I'm proud of it. And I'm proud of all these people working on it. So I want to thank all of them. And that's it. I'm Enea Holari. I work at Pushbase. I'm a software engineer. I do training, consultancy. Most of the time, these days, I improve web performance, architect Angular apps, and scale Angular with NX. If you have any questions, please just ping me. If you need the slides and not pictures that probably may look bad, you can scan that thing and, I don't know, have fun playing with all this new Signal stuff. Thank you very much.
That was really nice. You have to wait a second,
OK.
because we have something for you as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Yay!
being here. Thank you. So we have a 15-minute break again. Use the restrooms, take a breath, enjoy. And we'll be back at 12:30 with Marco here on stage, 3 dimensions of NG-RX signals, and in the aula,
Like
Gregor with AI-powered development for
Thank
Angular.
you.
I really want to, like, we met. I'm sure about that. Hello. Welcome back again. So, our next speaker. Nice. Our next speaker, Marko Stanimirovic. I love that name. So he's a core member of NGRX. You know that. And he will show us 3 ways of handling the state. You know this as well. But something you might not know, that he's actually a rock star. So he has this band called Groove Brothers. And I heard the booking is closed right now. But maybe if you ask, or maybe if you start a petition, they might? They might, yeah? Okay. So please welcome Marko.
Good. Thanks. All right. Hello, everybody. Today I'm going to talk about 3 different ways of how we can use NGRX Signals package to manage the state of an Angular application. But let's first talk about state management in general. So we can think of state management as a process of handling application data over time, including how data is stored, updated, and propagated to the UI. And usually in front-end applications, in single-page applications, we have at least 3 layers. We have a view layer, which is made of components. There is also a state layer, where we manage our state and handle side effects. And sometimes it might happen that state layer is integrated inside of the view layer. Today we are going to see this example, but we are also going to see use cases where state layer is separated, and we will also do a comparison between these approaches. And the third layer that we usually have is a data source layer, which is used to obtain data from the API and send requests to apply mutations. So UI is derived from state, actually. Every visual element is just a reflection of underlying state. State acts as a glue between data source and the view layer. And in most of the cases, state management layer is actually the primary source of complexity in our applications. And because of that, it's very important to have a well-designed state management layer as a foundation of maintainable architecture. Before we continue, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Marko Stanimirovic. I come from Belgrade, from Serbia. I currently work as a technical lead at a company called BlinkOps. By day and then by night, I'm maintaining NGRX. I'm a creator of NGRX Signals and Google Developer Expert in Angular. So this is our agenda for today. Talk title says we have 3 dimensions, but I will actually show you 4 different options how we can use NGRX Signals package to manage the state. We can use signal state in a component, signal state in a service as an alternative to a service with a subject approach. Then we will see how we can use signal store, and last but not least, we will see how signal store can be combined with a recently introduced events plugin. This is our demo application for today. So we have a home page. There is a customers page where we are displaying a list of customers. We have an option to search them, to refetch them from the API, and to create a new customer. Let's first see how we can use a signal state in a component. So we have a customers component when we want to display a list of customers. First, we need to inject the dependencies, right? So in this case, because our state layer will be integrated inside of the view layer, we will inject our data access layer, or customer service in this case, directly into a component. Then we can define our state container by using signal state, and signal state sets the initial state as an input argument. It can be used, so the state property can be used as a regular read-only signal, but what it also provides is it generates deeply nested signals for each state slice out of the box. So we can use those nested signals to create computed state. And then we can also define some side effects and state updaters. A template looks pretty straightforward. We just need to bind our state slices and call methods when events are emitted from presentational components. Now, from the architectural perspective, here we have a container component, we have presentational components, and inside of the container component, we are also doing a state management logic and performing side effects. When it comes to benefits of this approach, one of the benefits is definitely simplicity and minimal overhead, right? It's easy to implement and understand, and it's suitable for local state and small and self-contained components. On the other hand, we have a lack of logical separation. So collocating UI logic, state management, and side effects within the component reduces reusability and makes the code harder to maintain and scale as complexity grows. Let's now see how we can use signal state in a service and introduce additional layer in our application, the state layer. So we would create a class, customer store. We can provide it at the root level if we want to manage the global state with this store. Then we are going to inject the dependency. We will define our state container. And you can notice here that now our state is private. We want to have a state encapsulation. We don't want to allow direct state modifications outside of the store itself. Then we can expose private members like queries, state slice, is pending state slice. We can also define computed state and updaters and side effects. Now our component looks like this. So we need to inject the store, right, and then just use its APIs. The good thing here is that when we properly apply a pattern with presentational and container components, we just need to update bindings in our container component. We don't have to touch the presentational components at all. Now, from the architectural perspective, we introduced additional layer that is now dedicated to state management and for handling side effects. So as a benefit, we definitely have better separation of concerns, right? It's also a benefit of using signal state in a service is also we have a familiar store pattern. So it's well suited, for example, for teams that are transitioning from component store. It offers really minimal conceptual shift. But the disadvantage of using signal state in a service that signal store solves is limited extensibility. So it does not support built-in or custom plugins out of the box, and as a result, we can have repeated logic across multiple stores. So to have actually the ability to create custom plugins and to reuse the existing ones, we can use Signal Store. To create a Signal Store, we are using a function with the same name. Then as a first argument, we can provide a configuration. In this case, I want to provide my store at the root level. And then as REST arguments, we can provide a sequence of Signal Store features. So we can use some base features, such as with state, to add state slices to our store. We can use with computed to add derived state. And as you can see here, inside of the with computed, we can access our state slices as signals. So Signal Store will actually do the same thing as Signal State. Under the hood, it will create deeply nested signals for us. Then we can use with methods to add updaters and side effects. And the good thing is that all these feature factories are executed inside of the injection context, so we can inject our dependency there as well. But when we define our store like this, there is not really a big benefit compared to the signal state in a service, except a bit better organization of our code, right? Where the benefits of Signal Store really come is creating custom features and using the built-in ones. So for example, we can create a feature for managing the request status. Every store that performs some API calls needs a request status. We can do this by using Signal Store feature function that has very similar signature to Signal Store itself. By the way, Signal Store feature is inspired by RxJS pipe. So RxJS pipe function, it takes multiple RxJS operators and merges them into a single one. You maybe used it if you build custom RxJS operators. And Signal Store works in a very similar way. It takes a sequence of multiple Signal Store features and merges them into a single feature. So now we can use with request status feature inside of our store. In a similar way, we can also create other custom features. For example, we always want to display a toast or snack bar when our request status reaches the error state, or we want to create a custom feature for local storage synchronization. Then we can also take advantage of using some built-in plugins, such as Entity plugin, that provides this with entities features, as well as updaters for performing CRUD operations, so we don't need to write this logic by our own. When it comes to usage inside of the customer's component, I don't have to change any single line of code, so everything remains the same. I can inject the customer store as any other service and use it inside of a component. Now, from architectural perspective, nothing changed, right? We still have our view layer with container and presentational components. We have a store layer and data access layer. But when it comes to benefits, extensibility is definitely one of them. So it supports defining custom features and using built-in plugins, which reduces repetitive code and enables consistent and reusable patterns. We also have unified API design. So it offers self-descriptive APIs for well-structured state management logic. But the potential problem with, let's call it, vanilla signal store approach is that it does not offer mechanisms for inter-store communication out of the box. So coordinating logic across multiple stores requires direct dependencies, which can lead to tightly coupled code and reduced flexibility in large systems. So for that, we can actually use a recently introduced Events plugin. The Events plugin it's inspired by original Flux architecture. So here you can see the diagram of application flow with Events plugin. When something happens in our system, we are dispatching the event to the globally provided service called Dispatcher that acts as event bus. Then, dispatched event can be handled by one or multiple stores. We are writing reducers for state transitions, effects for performing usually asynchronous side effects. Updating our state, the new version of state is reflected in the view. Then when something happens in the view, the new event is dispatched to the dispatcher, so this flow repeats over and over in our application. Let's now see how it looks, how the implementation looks with the Events plugin. So to create events, we can use function with name event group. It accepts a config object with two required properties. First required property is a source, so this is the origin of our event group. For customers page events, it will be customers page. And then, as a second property, we have to specify a dictionary of event definitions, where each event definition is a key value pair of event name and event payload. We can do the same for customers API events. And then, when we define our events, it's time to use them. We have to dispatch them from somewhere. So inside of the customers component, we can use this inject dispatch helper that accepts the event group as an input argument and returns a dictionary of self-dispatching events that can be then used inside of the component class, or we can use them directly from a template to dispatch events. Yes, so this is how the signal store implementation would look like by using the Events plugin. State definition, definition of computed, everything remained the same. We can still use Entities plugin, but then when it comes to state transition and handling side effects, we will do a bit different thing. We are going to separate them. We will handle state transitions by using with reducer function that accepts a sequence of case reducers. So inside of a case reducer, we define events that we want to listen to, and then as a last argument, we are providing a reducer handler function. The good thing is that we also have the ability to reuse previously defined custom updaters inside of the with reducer. Then for handling side effects, we are going to use with effect feature. We will inject the event service, listen to the dispatched events, and perform side effects. With effects is fully inspired by the NGRX effects package for the global NGRX store, if you're familiar with it. Which means that every event that we return here, as a result of our effect, will be automatically redispatched to the dispatcher. And when I use the events plugin like this, there is really not a big benefit compared to using a vanilla signal store approach, right? Where benefits of events plugin really are obvious is when it comes to inter-store coordination in our application. So let's imagine the following situation. We have customer model, and then we enter some details. We want to create a new customer. Without events plugin, when save is clicked, we are going to call a method from a customer model store that will call the save customer from the customer service. On success, we will receive the saved customer, and then we have to inject the globally provided customer store inside of the customer model store and explicitly call add customer method. So here we have this tight coupling between customer model store and customer's global store. On the other hand, with events plugin, the first part remained the same. When save is clicked, we are calling a method from a customer model store. We are saving customer, and then on successful response, instead of injecting the global store and calling its methods explicitly, we are going to dispatch the event to the event bus, which is dispatcher in our case, that customer is saved successfully. Then, in a customer global store, we can listen to this event and we can add customer to the collection. So this way, we don't have direct dependency between these two stores. Let's see this in action. So here, this is the current version of the customer model store. What we are doing here, we are injecting the customer store, and then on successful creation, we have to call customer store.addCustomer here. So what we can do, first we need to define our events. And here I already created two events, created success and created failure. So now if I go back to the customer model store, here I can say dispatch is equal to inject dispatch, and I can provide customers API events, event group, as an input argument. Then here, on success, I can say dispatch dot created success, and I will provide the customer as a payload. In case of error, I will say dispatch dot created failure, and I will provide error dot message. So now I can comment out this line. I don't need it anymore. I also don't need these two things. Now I will go to the customer store. So let me just navigate there. And then instead of having add customer method, I can create another case reducer here. So I can say on customers API events dot created success. I will take a payload, which will be a new customer, and then I can call add entity custom updater provided by the entities plugin to add customer to my collection. Now I don't need this method anymore, so I can remove it. I can go back to the customer model store, and I can also get rid of the direct dependency to the customer store. One last thing is to handle a request status when those two events are dispatched. And this is another good benefit that Events plugin provides. Namely, we can also manage our local state by using the Events plugin. This was not available before with Global NGRX Store. Another good thing here is that we can partially integrate Events plugin only where it makes sense. So for example, in a customer store, I fully use the Events plugin. Everything is handled, like state transitions are handled by using Reducer, side effects are handled by using effects, but then in a customer model store, I still have my methods. I still handle, for example, my dialog close by using methods as well. But then I injected dispatch here and dispatched some events to inform other stores that something happened, and I avoided direct coupling between them. All right, so now from the architectural perspective, we have another component in our system. In addition to view layer, store layer, and data access layer, we also now have events. So you can also notice that there is no two-way direction between the container component and store anymore. Container components still use a store, but only to read the data. If we want to perform some action, we are going to dispatch event to the event bus that will inform store, and store will apply state transitions, side effects, or both. So as a benefit, we definitely have decoupled architecture. It reduces tight coupling between stores and separates state transitions from side effects, improving code clarity and data flow predictability. Another benefit that I already mentioned is partial and incremental integration. So events can be really adopted gradually in specific modules or flow without requiring a full rewrite of the existing state logic. Events plugin can be also very useful if you want to migrate from global NGINX store to the Signal store, right? Potential disadvantages increased architectural overhead. So introducing an event layer adds abstraction. It introduces this layer of indirection, which may be unnecessary for simple features and applications. So to summarize, one approach definitely does not fit all the use cases. Angular applications range from lightweight UIs to complex enterprise systems. And a modern state management solution, such as NGINX Signals, must scale and adapt accordingly. Team experience is also very important. So different teams have different levels of expertise with state management libraries. And with NGINX Signals, we really try to provide solutions that are really easy for scaling. Also, balancing simplicity and scalability is very important, so choosing the right state management pattern early helps to avoid over-engineering while keeping architecture predictable and maintainable. And last year at NGConf, I was very excited to announce that NGINX Signals package reached 20K weekly downloads. Today, I'm happy to share with you that it crossed 330K weekly downloads. And this won't be possible, of course, without all of you, without our amazing community, and also without our NGINX core team. And almost 2 years ago, one person started contributing to the NGINX repository more actively. Then we invited him to join us as a collaborator. He provided some brilliant ideas. He also had a great contribution when it comes to content creation. And a few weeks ago, we decided that he will join the core team. So I'm happy to share with you also that Rainer Hannekam joined the NGINX core team. All right, the source code of today's demo application is available. You can scan this QR code, or you can go to my GitHub profile and you will find it there. It has the same name as the name of my talk. With that, thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
This is for you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Oh, I need that. So, who's hungry? Wait, me too. So lunch will be served, or actually it is served outside. It's beautiful in the sun. Enjoy. We'll be back at 14:15, right? Enjoy, have fun. was to say. Hello, everyone. Yay! So, everyone, fed, happy? How was the food? Good. Who's in a little bit of food coma now? We will totally change that. Kasia will definitely change that. But before we come to Kasia, again, housekeeping. So, Jonathan, if your name is Jonathan and your last name starts with an E, you might want to check your wallet. So your credit card is at the reception. I love that. And I was asked a few times, actually, if the slides will be up. Yes. So if the speakers send us the slides, hint for the speakers, obviously, we will put them under every recording. So recording, perfect slide into that, and you will have everything together and can try it out and enjoy. So, other side. Our next speaker, Kasia, is super excited because we realized we're actually from the same area in Poland. So cool. She's a superhero. And she's not just Wonder Woman, she's Angular Woman. I love the shirt. Who started coding when she was 14. I think that's quite impressive, right? And today she will tell us how you can supercharge your NX workspace and let the code actually code for you. So, very warm welcome to Kasia.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I know it's after lunch, everyone is a little bit sleepy, so let's start with a little exercise here. So I would like you to raise your hand if you have ever used ng-new command. Okay, I think we're in the Angular conference, makes sense. How about NX generate? Okay. NX build? Fantastic. Congratulations, you have already used generators and executors. So you can give yourself a big round of applause. Okay, nice to meet you. My name is Kasia. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I work as a software developer at Highland. I graduated computer science and blah, 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 all this stuff. I'm also a mom of a 2-year-old and 2 furry cats. So, just before we get into the topic, quick recap. What is NX? So, if you go to the NX website, you will see that NX is a powerful open-source technology-agnostic build platform that's designed to efficiently manage code bases of any scale. So, yeah, what it actually means to me, primarily a monorepo management. So I can have multiple applications and, even more importantly, multiple libraries in my single repository. I can split my code in a way that it makes sense. Also, there is all the computational caching, dependency graph, incremental builds, which makes it easier to develop because you don't have to rebuild all of the code with every little change that you make. And one thing that I want to focus on today is the tooling integration and extensibility. So, because I like learning by doing, let's jump into the use case that I want to show you today. So, we are building a DC comic fandom. Every superhero is going to have his own space. So the Green Lantern has his own fandom, the Batman, the Aquaman, and so on and so on. And we have this one landing page when all of these superheroes live. If I go to my code, the structure is as follows. I have one application, the DC fandom, and I have a library for every superhero. I also have this JSON file, which describes my homepage. So all of these superheroes at the homepage are retrieved from this JSON file, which has the route, the image, the name. And I have, of course, my route, because it's all in the Angular application, so I need to register my route. OK, and now my task is to add a new superhero fandom. So I have my code here. Let me start the application. Yep, npm start. I have only one superhero at the moment. OK, I can click into here. I can navigate to the fandom, back. OK, and now my manager wants me to add a new fandom for a new superhero. So how can I set it up? Well, option A, I can just copy-paste existing code from what I have. Rename, remove, adjust. Yeah, I must admit I did it in the past too, but let's face it, it's not a very sexy way to do it. It's 2025, so I can ask AI, hey, let's generate it for me. But then I have to clean it up, I have to adjust the code, I have to get rid of any too creative code that LLM generated for me. But yeah, this would work. Option C. I could use this built-in NX library generator. So I just run the command NX generate, or I can use the UI. And then I would have to add those additional configuration, like add this entry to items.json, add the routing, scaffold the fandom page. Yeah, this would work. But if we add more and more of this, there is a lot of repeatable work. So our developer sits there and he thinks, like, how can I make this process better? But because our developer is, in fact, a super developer, he knows that he can generate a generator. Yeah, so to enhance our NX workspace with generators, first you have to add the plugin capability. And then you can generate a plugin. I will generate it with this command, and, well, generate a generator. OK, let's do it. So I am in my code base. I have to, let's just collapse all these things, and I will generate a plugin. OK, it will prompt me about the linter, the test engine. OK. And there we go. We have the tools, plugin. And if we look into the project.json, we will see that it is just another NX library, and it will be built with the TSC, the TypeScript compiler. OK, so we have our plugin, and now I can create a generator inside. I like to have everything in order, so I will create a directory for this to organize it, and, well, I will generate it. So I will use this nice UI. Let me just collapse this for a second. And it will ask me for a path. So that's going to be a hero lib, and the description can go like a hero library generator. OK. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. We have a generator created. So if we look inside, what we have a schema file. And this is what describes the properties that we can add when we run this generator. So by default, it's only the name. We are going to be needing a bit more. So I will just define the schema. I will prompt my user to give me the name of the library, optionally the directory, the path to the image, and the name of the application where we want to scaffold this hero application. That's going to be a DC fandom by default for my repository. Next, we need to have this schema reflected in the TypeScript. So I will do here, extend this. Okay, I have my schema in the TypeScript. It reflects what I have in the JSON. And also I have this extended option with the route, import path, component name, and selector that is going to be derived from whatever users gives us when running this generator. So now we have a schema defined. We can go to the actual generator. So by default, this by default generator by NX will create a library hard-coded in the libs folder. It will add a project configuration, which means it will create this project.json file with a project type library, and it will generate files. And it will generate files from here, from this files folder. So here on the left-hand side, I have the files src index template. And this is very easy. Of course, we would need something better for our superhero. So now I'm going to delete these files. I'm not going to need it. And let's do an actual implementation. So I am going to remove it all here. I don't need it. And I am not going to reinvent the wheel, because the whole beauty of the NX generators is that you can combine them. So from my generator, the hero lib generator, I can call the Angular library generator. So it will do all the hard work of scaffolding the Angular library for me. I am going to import it so that it knows what to call the NX Angular generator. I need to make sure that the schema I pass is compliant with whatever the Angular library generator expects. So I will normalize the options. I need to import the schema. The schema must be the library, the Angular generators library schema. I will also use some util from the NX dev kit. OK, and let's normalize the options. OK, oh, sorry, not this one. Yeah. So I will derive those route, import path, component name, and selector from the name that user provided with me, so that I will end up with those generator options. OK, so at this point, we have generated an Angular library with some predefined options, so we don't need to say that it's buildable, publishable, and so on, because I kind of already defined it in my hero lib generator. But that's pretty much it. What I would like my generator to do, I would like it to automatically update this items.json file and add this additional superhero inside. So let's implement it. OK, let me just go here. And to modify this JSON, it is pretty straightforward, because JSON has a fixed structure. It's always an array or an object, and you can pretty easily navigate around this file. So in order to modify it, first, I have to locate this item.json. So again, I will use this helper util from NX dev kit to get the projects, get the path where it is, find this item.json file, and I will use the update.json method, again, from the NX dev kit. It will just take the JSON and push another element into this structure. And then this will override this JSON. OK, so we are good with this one. But to be fully happy and have it fully automated, we need to modify also the up routes. And here, we are no longer dealing with JSON file, but we have a TypeScript file. So this is a bit more tricky. What we could do here, well, we could do some fancy regex, like regular expression. But let's face it, it's not very nice. Like, it can change. It can be misleading. So actually, we can analyze this syntax tree to find the right place to insert new code. So how can we analyze the syntax tree? Well, if we paste the contents of these routes into the abstract syntax tree viewer, we will see that it has an import declaration on the top and another one, which makes sense, I think. Then we have a variable statement, a variable declaration list, variable declaration, and array. So we need to go through this tree, find the array, and insert another object literal expression into the array. And how can we do it in the code? Well, as always, there is more than one way to do it. The way I chose to do it is I used the JS CodeShift library. So it is a library that allows me to go through this abstract syntax tree and insert an element wherever I like, or in general, modify the TypeScript file as I need it. I am going to add those imports so that it doesn't shout at me. And going step by step, I have to locate my uproutes file first. Then I read the contents, and I parse the contents with my JS CodeShift. And actually, you can even do it without any library. I find it easier to use this helper library to modify the syntax tree. But basically, you can see I'm going through the tree. I'm finding the name declaration, the variable declaration, the array, and then into the array, I am inserting the new node that I create from the template. OK, so at this point, if I call this in my main generator, I have the uproutes modified, I have items.json modified, but I would still want to at least generate this basic component. So let's do this file generation. OK, so as you remember, I said before, there is this files folder, which I'm calling here. And I would like to generate scaffold this basic fandom page. So I have already prepared those basic files just to speed things a little bit up. And I will show you this in a moment. I'm just copying it here. And I have this component template. There is an HTML template. So there is no syntax highlighting for the template, but you can see that there is like the material components inside, the H2 selector. There is this placeholder here that will be replaced by the variable. Then there is just some CSS template and the template for the component. And the selector is created dynamically. The template URL is also derived from the component name, style URL, and even the name of the class. OK, let's make sure that it is also called. And at this point, we should be able to generate our hero with just one command. OK, so now, the moment of truth. I will go to my libs. There is my green lantern. Let's generate a new one. OK, that's good so far. The Visual Studio already sees my new generation. At the top, it has also the description I've just inputted. So I will select it. My generate UI matches my schema. So I can input the image. Let's do a Wonder Woman JPEG. Then the name of the library will be Wonder Woman. The target app is pre-filled. OK. I could also provide a directory, but it's optional, so it will be generated in the wherever I execute this command. So this is in workspace lib. Let's see, there is a dry run. OK, no errors. That's good. Generate. OK. We have another folder here. Items.json. Updated. That's good. Uproutes. Updated. OK. Build errors. Nope. OK. So, yay, we have Wonder Woman. And I can navigate, and I have already this lorem ipsum scaffolding, so I can get on with my Phantom implementation. Okay, I see you. You might be like sitting here and thinking like, what are you showing us? That's so 2020. We have AI now. What do we even need it for? Well, actually, why don't we combine it with the power of the AI-generated code? So, on my computer, I have also configured the NX MCP server. So, actually, let's ask Copilot to generate a new library for me. I would say please, because you have to always be nice to AI. You never know. Generate a Batman hero library. OK. This is the moment of truth. You never know what AI will run out. But OK, it actually ran the MCP server. So we know it ran the NX workspace. It actually ran the NX generators tool. So it knows there is this HeroLib tool. That's good. OK, and wow. So far, so good. So it actually launched the Generate UI for me. And it pre-filled all of the fields. So we have the Batman JPEG, Batman, DC Phantom. OK, so far, so good. OK, let's generate. And we have Batman. So you can use those generators still in 2025 and combine it with the agentic code generation to make sure that what you generate is actually what you expect it to be. So no randomness, but more predictable result. OK. So is a library the only thing you can generate? Well, obviously no. You can generate pretty much anything. So you can generate custom libraries, as I showed you, the whole applications in the NX workspace. You can generate single components, just like you use the ng-generate component. You can generate even a single file, like whatever you need. And the beautiful part of it is that you can package your tool into an NPM package, publish it to the registry, and you can reuse it across different workspaces. So you can even create a whole preset for creating a new NX workspace. OK, so these were the generators. And what about the executors? So the executors are the pre-packaged node scripts that can be used to run tasks in a consistent way. Well, this is the definition. So let's actually create an executor. And how are we going to create it? Well, obviously, I'm going to generate it. So back to my tools. I have my tools, the SRC. I will create a new directory for the executors. And I will generate an executor. Let me just pull it a little bit down, close the AI window for now, and let's do an executor that is called call Batman. When in trouble, call Batman. OK, let's generate it. OK, so far so good. And there we go. So just like with the generators, we have a similar structure. There is schema to pass an argument to your executor. There is a TypeScript version of the schema. And there is the implementation part. So let's implement the call Batman. OK, it's a very easy, simple, straightforward executor. And now how we can use it? Well, executors should be executed against a project or even the entire monorepo, but I will execute it against the project. So if I go to my project.json, I will see the targets section. and one of the targets is build. And if you look inside, there is an executor. So whenever you run build, you're actually calling an executor. In this case, it's a TypeScript compiler. Similarly, for test, whenever I run test, it will use the nxJS executor. So I will just add another target here with my custom executor. OK. Let's do it. Let's run it. I'll just make it a bit bigger. Too big. Call Batman. OK, Batman is coming to save you. We have our executor. OK, we made it. So, the generators, just to summarize, the generators let us automate the repeatable code creation, even in the era of the AI. So we can generate libraries, applications, components, files, and so on. And we can redistribute those generators as NPM packages, and actually executors as well. There is this NX DevKit package, which offers a lot of utilities if you work with this. So I suggest you use it if you decide to create your generators or executors. And finally, the executors let you create a custom command executed upon your monorepo. OK, so we have 5 more minutes, so let's do a voting. Please raise your hand if you think the Superman is the greatest superhero of all times. Oh, not very popular one. What about Batman? OK, and Spider-Man? Do we have any Spider-Man fans? Awesome, so we are Spider-Man guys. All right. OK, thank you so much. The slides and the code is under the QR code. And yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kasia. And this is for you.
Thank you.
It's a token of appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So again, we have a lovely tiny break. See each other here at 3. Thank you. Hello, hello, welcome back again. So, how do you people feel about karaoke? So, this is a yes? Raise your hand if you want to do karaoke, not now, but later. Raise your hand if you want to see people doing karaoke later. Okay, that's easier. So I think that's settled then. Hi, I'm glad that you're already here. So Elian, pretty cool human. We met yesterday, we had a few chats. And he told me that he loves to go camping with his family, kite surfing, which I think I love, sometimes clubbing. And his secret superpower is actually organizing conferences. Did you know that? I didn't. He's actually running 2 of the biggest Angular conferences. It's so, so cool. And today he will tell us a little bit more about the magic behind the resource API. So enjoy the live coding and have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Ola, and hello, everyone. Thanks for the really warm welcome. Always happy to be back in Berlin, my favorite city on earth. And I'm actually still excited by everybody sitting in a pool without thinking about Robin as the key or the button that can just raise the water. And, no, never mind. We need to do it with AI later on. So my talk today is about the magic behind the Resource API. I'm pretty much sure that everybody is familiar with the Resource API, even though it's still experimental. But there are some hidden gems inside the Resource API that I'm sure not everybody is aware of, and that's what the talk is going to be dedicated for. About me, I'm Eliran. I'm a founder of a consulting firm named eSquare, mainly focused on Angular. I'm a Google developer expert in Angular web technologies, and as Ola mentioned, I'm running 2 of the biggest Angular conferences, which one of them is Angular TLV, happening next week, by the way, and Angular Connect that just revived this year together with Pushbase, Mikhail Latki, that going to be here tomorrow as a speaker. I mentioned eSquare. We do consulting, training, staff augmentation, this kind of stuff. If you want to chat about that, during the break, catch up with me. So, don't be nervous, I have only four slides, something like that, 4 or 5 slides, and then we go directly to some demo time. But I will try to explain what's the secret behind the Resource API with everything related to the Angular reactive journey, to explain the API itself, and of course, focus on the streaming resource, which is, if you ask me, that's the real magic. So, signals are basically everywhere. We all love signals. We know that Angular is really pretty much focused on the reactive phase, making the framework more signal change detection driven, zoneless, that now is stable. And most of the API already transformed to signals. We have input-output queries, forms now becoming experimental, but will become stable. We already know that the core team working on a router-based signals, and HTTP with HTTP resource, which is already there. Now, in terms of the async reactivity, so we know that most of the APIs are synchronous, okay? If you're using signals, computed inputs, all of those are synchronous. But in real-life application, we most of the time need something which is more than just a synchronous task, right? We have asynchronous data that we need to deal with, and this is exactly why resource was introduced. So resource is an asynchronous dependency that is managed and delivered through signals. And it's, if I'm trying to simplify the concept of a signal, it's just an effect wrapped with an async task that we're getting a bit more of it, okay? We have a state management inside it with pending, value, and error, all of them coming with a signal type. Of course, we're getting in a cancellation with a board signal that we will present in a second, and all of it integrated amazingly with the Angular activity system. So we have a pretty much basic API, which is a resource, interface of a resource with a value, status, error, is loading state, and is as value function. That's it. Thank you very much. No, I'm kidding. I honestly don't have any more slides. So I have 25 minutes. Yeah. All of it going to be dedicated to 3 live demos that we're going to see a basic demo of how to use the resource API. And we're going to build sort of stream-based resource, and then we're going to build something more interesting that we're seeing it more and more in many applications. And pretty much the best maybe use case for using resources. So let's start with the basic one, okay? So I have a basic application that I pre-made all the boring parts, okay? Now we just need to implement the stuff that's related to signals. So let's start with the basic one. Let's say that I have API that returns a list of users, and I already implemented also the HTML itself. Just let me know if I need to extend the font a little bit, or that's fine. People in the back. See? Amazing. Cool. So I can create users, which is going to be a resource, and I can create a loader here and just invoke a fetch request with my this users API, thanks AI, and return the response JSON. Now I can go straight away on my template and just present the user's value, and value, of course, is a signal. Let's import mat list item, and we see a list of users. Amazing, basic example. So resources are great to fetch APIs, that's amazing, but what if we want to fetch API depending on a sum of parameters? So let's extend the example and add a click listener, implement the select function, pass the user itself, which is the item here, of type user. We need to create a selected user. The type will be a signal of user or undefined, and let's initiate it to be undefined. Cool. So this selected user, of course, will be set to the item itself, and we're good to go. But now we want to fetch post that every time I'm changing the selected user will be fetched the post of the selected user. So I can create, again, posts that will be a resource, but this time we need something that's called params, because we want that every time the selected user changing, so I'm passing the selected user to the function, and here I can just implement this, thanks AI, once again, and just extend it. Here, let's get the params. We can change the name instead of params, so it will be more declarative to selected user. And just inside the API, user ID equal, to the selected user ID. Let's go back to the template. And we can just show the post's value. Let's see the example. I'm clicking one user, I'm seeing the post relevant to that user. I'm clicking another user, getting post relevant to the other user. Okay? So this is a basic example of how to use resources with params and without params. Amazing, simple. I believe 90% of you already aware of that. Resource can not just get HTTP requests like that in a one time. They can also stream data constantly. And for that, let's play an example. We will create an example which is a game, okay, called, we called it in Israel something like 7 boom or 5 boom. you're counting till the number, and instead of saying the number, let's say we're playing the 5 boom, so instead of saying the multiple of 5, we're saying boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, okay? So let's implement the game together. So I'm implementing a function. I will increase the font. Export function timer resource that will get the interval of type number, and here I'm returning a resource ref of number, string, and because it's going to be a resource ref of resource stream item, it can always be undefined. Let's immediately return a resource, and here I'm using the stream property. Stream property I have to get, and I think somebody get excited, huh? So stream property can get always an async function inside, and the pattern is always you creating a signal, which is the stream resource stream item. So let's call it stream item. It will be the type a signal of a resource stream item. This is type that Angular core, the Angular team created for us, that have 2 options. It can either return a value or return value of the type. It's a generic type, or return the error itself. So I'm returning a resource stream item of here number or string. And inside, I missed an import or something. Stream item, signal. Let's do it 1 second, wait a second. Stream item, it's a signal of a resource stream item of number or string. And inside, value, let's start the value from 0, okay? And immediately, I'm returning the stream item. Now, in between, I will implement the logic itself, but the pattern is always like that. You're creating a stream item, and you're returning, in the end, the stream item. In between, I want to create an interval. The timer will be the interval that we just got from the function itself. Let's initiate a counter from 0. We can increase the counter, of course, and check if counter modulo 5 is not 0. We can return, or sorry, not return, take the stream item and set the value to the counter value. And otherwise, we want to set the value to boom, okay? Let's again, the boring part that already implemented, let's just import the timer, show it on the template, and go to the timer page. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, count with me. Boom, okay? Amazing. What's the pitfall? There is a pitfall. The pitfall here, we can show it pretty much easily. Let's add a log statement here every time we're increasing the counter. Let's have a look. I will increase the console as well. Let's say that I'm navigating to another page. The resource is still alive. What will happen once I will navigate again to the timer? Another instance, right? And what we get? Memory leaks. This is how consultants get jobs. Amazing. So the way to deal with it is actually the stream resource stream item also can expose something that's called abort signal. Abort signal is where you want to handle your cleaning of your of the stream. Otherwise, it's not going to be cleaned alone, okay? So let's save the ref of the interval itself. And before we're returning, we can take the abort signal, add event listener, name abort, and here implement a function that just clear the interval. Let's check once again. We see the timer ticks, navigating to another page. Good to go. Cool. But when I'm thinking about resource and streaming resources, I'm thinking about a use case which is pretty much became common these days that can be way more, I don't know, fit than just a simple timer with a number and string. Somebody have an idea? What we can build with that? Check the header, the links. Chat. So, LLMs, okay? If you check most of the APIs of LLMs, and I have here running an Ollama instance on my machine, they are streaming the response. If you see, it's not just it's not because of any reason that you see that those chats are streaming the responses and building the answer incrementally. If you check, for example, I'm sending here a question. The role is user content. What is the capital city of France? And if I will invoke it, you will see the response comes in an array of responses. That every time I'm getting a different message. The message is the capital of France is Paris. Okay? So this is basically how LLM works. And if you ask me, that's maybe the best way to demonstrate streaming APIs with the resource API. So let's build something like that. Again, the boring part already got implemented by me. We just built the resource itself. So exporting a function, create a chat resource. It will get an array of messages because the context is important, which will be of type signal of message array. And again, I want to return a resource ref of message array or undefined. Returning a resource straight away. Inside the resource, now I need params because I need the context. I need the question itself or maybe the context that I can still run more than one question. So I'm setting a params. The params will be, I'm checking first of all if I have messages. If I have messages, I will return the messages, and otherwise return undefined. Now again, stream, async function, create, again, the pattern is creating stream item. The type will be signal of resource stream item of message array. And I will initiate it to, I need to use the params. So I'm taking the params, let's call it messages, and just setting the value to the initial messages. Return, of course, the streamed item. In between, I want to invoke the fetch request. So I'm running the Ollama API, which is a Ollama API chat. And here, the method is post. Let's add headers, content type application JSON, body. Body will be a JSON stringify of the messages. And the model, I have a constant declaring the model up here, Gemma31B, okay? I have the fetch request. I want to handle it now. So running then, async response. Inside the async response, let's first check that if I don't have body, always challenging typing while you stand. If I don't have a body, I want to return immediately. Otherwise, I want to create a text decoder and iterate over each message. So I'm for await const chunk of res body, take the decoded message, const decoded chunk will be the text decoder decoded chunk. Now I can just parse it, parse chunk, JSON parse of the decoded chunk. I'm losing the type, so I will cast it into a message of type message. Trust me, that's the type. And now I can just take the message from the parse chunk, okay? Let's log the message and see what we have. So again, boring parts, let's enable them. 1, 2, 3. We're good to go. Let's open the console and invoke what's the capital city of France. Cool. So I see that the role assistant, that means that that's not a question, that's part of the answer. The capital city of France is Paris, while other cities like Lyon, Marseille, and Toulouse are in Paris. You got the point. Now let's build it incrementally as part of the stream item. So I'm back into my chat resource, and I'm building the stream item. Stream item is a signal. I can either set it or update it depending on the previous one. So I'm taking the previous value, checking if I have something that called value in prev. If not, I want to return an error. So I'm returning an error state with new error, let's say no value. And otherwise, I want to build the response incrementally. How I'm going to do it? So I'm getting the last message, which will be the length value, pre-value length -1. I want to check the last message. What I want to check? I'm checking first if the last message role is the user, means that this is a question. If it's a question, I just want to return to the stream item, return a value, which the value is the pre-value plus the message itself. But otherwise, if it's part of the response, I want to build the response incrementally in that way. So I'm returning a value, and the value will return the prev value. I'm going to cut the last message, so I'm slicing slice 01, and I will add a new message in that way. So I will take the last message, but override the content with the last message content and the current message content. Hope you bear with me. Let's have a look. What's the capital city of France? The capital city of France is Paris. By the way, it was super fast, so we can adjust it a little bit. Await a new promise, it's a timeout, let's say, of 100 milliseconds between each message. So the capital city of France is Paris, while Lyon, blah, 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 blah. And tell me more about it. I'm sending the next message, and it has the context. Cool, isn't it? Cool. So basically, that's it. I'm sure that all of you are super excited about moving into the signal phase of Angular. Yeah, now it's running and distracting you. That everybody are super excited about the moving into the signal phase with Angular, and I'm sure that that resource is the missing part that help us achieving asynchronous stuff with signals. But always remember that this hidden gem that's called streaming resource that can help you create even more powerful stuff. I hope you enjoyed. Keep in touch with me, and see you in the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this, you want to have it? our
Amazing.
appreciation token. You made it. Thank you. Amazing talk. So now it's time, finally, for the Juice of Life coffee break. Feel free, there's cake, also fruits. Grab something, recharge, and see you in a tiny bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last talk of today. Bit tired, to be honest, but I think everyone is. There will be a panel discussion today, so I'm also excited that it will be 16:45. It will be here. Questions prepared. It's around AI. And after that, we will have a really lovely, chill evening party here. I think the karaoke is set. A lot of speakers already signed up. So I think you're going to enjoy that one. And yeah, we saved the best topic for last because I'm very excited about it. Martina is the security expert. And if you have, like, anyone who attended her workshop yesterday, yeah, nice. Because I think, like, what I've heard, it was a really, really good one. And if you haven't, her book is coming out, actually, next year. And, yeah, right? You can pre-order the book in December, right? So the pre-ordered receipt will be the perfect gift for everyone on Christmas. Think about it. And, yeah, so please welcome Martina. Have fun. And one tiny last thing I forgot. She needs to leave right after the talk, which is sad because she needs to catch a plane. But if you have questions, there will be an email address on the slides. Feel free to send an email, ask questions. You said you will be delighted to answer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So welcome and have fun.
Thank you so
Enjoy.
much. What a nice location. I really have to say that. I mean, I've been to every NGDE, actually my second time just as a speaker, but this is an amazing location. I really love it, and I'm even more happy that we are back in Berlin again. It was last year in Bonn. Who was there last year in Bonn? Yes, I'm British. Berlin is it's just Berlin. I love it. I love the location. I love the people. The beer might need still some work over here, but it's fine, it's fine. So yes, as said, it's the last talk of today. And also as mentioned, I need to catch a flight because I'm traveling immediately to Athens. Unfortunately, I love running so much that I want to run the original Athens Marathon, where basically, maybe you don't know, but the person who ran it first died after the finish line. So let's see what's happening on this Sunday. But yeah, as said, just reach out and ping me on LinkedIn or email. I'm really happy to answer any kind of question. Coming back to my topic. So when you think about securing an Angular app, what might be the first attack that comes into your mind? It might be cross-site scripting, because we ship a ton load of JavaScript to the client. So actually, the second question we ask ourselves, but is cross-site scripting actually still a thing in Angular? We have the Angular Sanitizer, right? It does so many great things for us. Like whenever I try to bind something malicious to the Angular template, the Angular Sanitizer will say, no, 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 I sanitize this for you, and remove everything that might appear malicious. So let's look at this kind of snippet. It's an all-time classicer. It's like an image tag, and we have a source attribute. And what does the browser do if the image will not be found? It will immediately call the on-error callback, and then JavaScript is executed. That makes us sad. But luckily, Angular Sanitizer to the rescue. The Angular Sanitizer recognized that and says, nope, not with me. I will remove it. So far, so good. But I don't know about you, but when we take a look at this graph and we see like 3 attacks in comparison, like SQL injection, the purple one, cross-site scripting, the red one, and the blue one, cross-site request forgery, somehow cross-site scripting is still increasing. We have here the years, basically, and from year to year, it's still increasing. And even like the last years, where single-page application got more and more cross-site scripting prevention strategies built in, it's still increasing. And right now, I mean, we have the beginning of November, and we have still the same amount of vulnerabilities based on cross-site scripting like the last year, but there's still 2 months to go. So, and as I always say, in winter, people tend to stay home a little bit more, so the hackers might also be a little bit more have fun to stay at home and do some attacks and playing around on your websites. If you're still not convinced, take a look at some bug bounty and pen testing reports. They introduced, or like what they discovered is that XSS is still the most discovered vulnerability in our web application. As well, for pen testing, there are still so many cross-site scripting vulnerabilities who they found when they did some pen testing reports. Of course, you might say, what the heck? Can't we? This cross-site scripting is so old, like my grandmother. Like, why is it still happening, actually? And I'm here to answer the question, and I'm also here to answer the question, can we not finally do something about it, like something that really works well and eliminate completely cross-site scripting? So can we at least make it a lesser thing? Because one thing I want to foreshadow, we never will get rid from cross-site scripting if we keep the browsers in that state of backwards compatibility like they are. Like they still need to support HTML4 and whatnot. So, okay, let's take a step back and take a look how we at least can make it less a thing and maybe have some decreasing vulnerabilities on cross-site scripting. First, a few words about myself. Yes, hello, I'm Martina. I'm working mainly as an app security engineer, but I'm coming from Angular. I worked with AngularJS and then Angular. For that, I'm also a GDE in Angular. I like to state my opinion onto a lot of groups, so I'm involved in some security groups. I'm also OWASP member. And lately, luckily, I also am allowed to call myself a GDE for identity, since I'm also writing a book about the whole topic of identity management, authentication, authorization in web application, or all things OAuth and OIDC. But the most important thing is that I have 2 beautiful cats. Aww. It's called Lenny and Raupi. No, I'm already 1 week completely away from them, and I never thought I will miss my cats so much. But I do, because look at them. No. Okay, enough. So if you also want to ask something about my cats, I'm more than happy to answer this as well. Okay, cross-site scripting, what is the issue? The issue is that whenever a user types something into an input field or maybe a query parameter, and we immediately assign it to something like a dangerous API, like inner HTML, without actually validating it. Luckily, as said, we have the sanitizer over here. But I will show you shortly that you can do it still in an Angular app to actually do a cross-site scripting attack. For that, I have an application. It's called Kittygram. It's like Instagram, but you're only allowed to upload kittens because for obvious reasons. So what I have here, you can basically search. Yes, it's really exciting. You can actually search for a cat, and then what you see is basically the term over here, what you have searched for, and you also have this query parameter in your URL, because obviously you want to copy that and send it to your colleague, which hopefully also, did I kill it? Oh, did I kill my little cat? Seems like I killed the application. But all good, we were getting there. So my kittens will be shown again. There are my kittens, so I copy-pasted just the URL. Sorry, I just missed npm start before the talk. So everything is like it's supposed to be. The crucial part is now, what happens if we put some cross-site scripting, malicious JavaScript code in this global search field? And global search fields are really often misused of actually injecting malicious code. So I brought here some 3 great examples, which are like a typical malicious JavaScript code, which are other forms of executing JavaScript other than using the script tag. Iframes, and we love iframes as hackers. Iframes are doing so much good stuff for a hacker. because we can do so many things in your browser with an iframe. Image tag, we already saw, by image tag example, we already saw it. But of course, SVGs are also doing a great job. As soon as they get loaded, the callback gets loaded, and we will also have a JavaScript execution in your browser. So let's copy that, and let's insert it here in the search field. And yes, of course, it will be a cross-site scripting attack, otherwise the demo would have been really boring. The issue about this is that it didn't get sent to the server because it's completely client-based. The search, it's not a server-side search, basically it's a client-side search. So the server doesn't get anything to know about, a user really tried something. It just happens inside a web browser. And for more, now I will send you the link, and maybe I will completely steal all your access tokens you have in your local storage because you put your access token in the local storage, which is also something we might need to talk about. But you click on this link, and then the JavaScript execution happens in your browser. You might now tell me, but Martina, I never, ever would click on a URL which has something like iframe and JavaScript inside it. Yes, but you just scan QR codes freely around. A lot of persons have QR codes on their slide, and you just scan it without maybe really taking a look what it leads to. We have a lot of URL shortener. LinkedIn, for instance, when I copy-paste the URL into LinkedIn, LinkedIn shortens that for me. And I don't know what lies behind, right? I just click on it because the post says, yeah, you could get some free kittens over there or whatnot. So it's a real issue. We don't know what lies behind the URL, actually. So yes, we might need to really think about finally getting rid of XSS. But first, coming to the point, why was this possible in my Angular app? Yes, because I did something really great. I injected that sanitizer and called a function that's naming bypass security trust HTML. Just as a short side note, whenever there's a function with a prefix bypass security, not good, just in case you're wondering. But still, people are doing that. I mean, sometimes we have what you see is what you get editor. We want a text area, for instance, and we want to insert some HTML. And we want to bind it to the inHTML property because it should be rendered. There should be rendered HTML for that. So we need to tell Angular, you don't have to sanitize it. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. But furthermore, nothing and no one really keeps us apart from doing something like, yes, document, get element by ID, and put something directly into this div, for example, and then calling innerHTML and assigning something directly to innerHTML. Everything is JavaScript. The DOM API is accessible from our Angular app, of course. And unfortunately, like a couple of years ago, there were still persons telling you this is fine to do because we had this change detection cycle thing, which slowed down a lot in Angular from time to time, depending how we used it. So people got consulted. Yeah, sometimes it's fine to just call the DOM API directly. Just as a short note on this, it was not fine at all. It was less secure, and it didn't improve your performance at all, to be really honest. But yes, some people run around and say this could fix all your performance issues. So to state it out, you can't control the whole code. I mean, we saw 2 examples, and every one of us is sure we never would use something like that. We never would call the bypass security function, and we never would directly call the DOM API. But it's hard to control the whole code. I mean, we have micro frontends, we have enterprise applications, we have PRs to maybe take a look into it, and it's not really easy to always follow all the cross-site scripting rules, basically, and always make sure that you use the sanitization mechanism built in from Angular correctly. Luckily, in security, we have something that is called defense in depth. Means when the first line of defense breaks, there's a second line and a third line. And the second line got introduced a couple of years ago. It's called Content Security Policy. Who of you ever heard already of this HTTP header? Yes, I like it. I really like it. Unfortunately, when you see some stats, just 20% of the websites are using Content Security Policy, which makes me really sad. And if I'm sad, my cats are sad, and then I'm angry. So please try to really implement the CSP into your project. What is it basically? It's an HTTP security header. It comes with 2 modes. And it basically, you set up a policy like JavaScript is only allowed to run on my website if it's coming from my own origin. Or you do something like, yes, okay, I have an inline JavaScript on my website, on my index.html, and only this inline JavaScript is, for instance, allowed to be executed. I can mark this as valid for the web browser, and anything that violates this, like a JavaScript injection attack, violates this CSP, the browser will block. This is really cool. This is really, really good. It comes in 2 modes. It's enforcement mode and report-only mode. When you start a greenfield Angular application, I always would recommend to completely apply immediately a default CSP and use the enforcement mode, but you can't do this always. When you have a huge microservice and you just use, okay, CSP enforcement, let's go for it, then your whole application is, of course, broken because the CSP might block too much. So one solution could be then to enable it as a report-only mode, which basically means the browser is not blocking it. Yes, it's then not really secure in that sense because nothing is blocked, but you will get basically a report JSON, and so the browser creates a report JSON, what policy was violated, with what kind of call and what not. And then you also provide a so-called report URL inside the CSP, and the browser sends you this report JSON. And this is amazing because out of the sudden we do get a report whenever some XSS attack might occur inside the browser, even if a server isn't involved. This makes CSP for sure already really, really great. And it's even more greater that Angular got you covered on that as well. Since V19, Angular has the possibility inside the Angular JSON to set auto CSP to true. What it means, whenever you run a build production, you get already inside the meta tag and content security policy and default content security policy. With that, you can basically start. What I haven't told you, I said this is a response header, but usually from time to time, some response headers you can actually also set as a meta tag with this HTTP equiv attribute you can use, and then it's kind of an equivalent like you would have set the response header. Yes, you might need to be careful. There are some CSP policies which you can't set on the meta tag, but you can set it on the response header. But most of the things for JavaScript injection you definitely can also set in the meta tag. Okay, we are good. That's perfectly fine. That's fixing all our issues. But wait, we have NPM packages, right? So let us think about these NPM packages. When we are downloading them inside a web browser, they're coming from our own origin. Oh no, they're coming from our own origin. Seems like CSP marking everything that's coming maybe from our own origin as valid, and the browser executes it. Okay, that makes us sad again. And even more, what should us make really sad is what happened this September. A lot of NPM packages got compromised. A lot of NPM packages, because many developers just don't care about supply chain attacks on NPM, like maybe checking the integrity or doing some integrity checks before letting NPM just install everything freely. And another fun fact, you don't even need to have this kind of supply chain attack. The fun part is you don't know how many packages are out there that have something like anukla/something, It's called typo squatting. We installed Angular Material, Angular CDK, Angular CLI. We installed it already so many times that we sometimes don't even look what we are typing. And if we make a typo, and there might be a package out there like Angular CDK, it will be installed. And you won't recognize it because you might also don't look immediately after you install the package inside your package.json. You just install it, and that's fine. And there are a lot of packages out there in NPM which make use of this kind of typo squatting. This makes us even more sad. So you don't even need to have a let's say, supply chain attack, which is really bad. You can also make use of this typo squatting. And according to NPM, the stats are already like 1 year old, but I think it's definitely still valid. 97, I mean, think about it, 97% of our web applications code is coming from NPM. Why are we trusting them so much? Maybe sometimes, a little bit, sometimes we should go to the direction again that we might can do it better than an NPM author. Just sometimes. I see, for example, a lot of projects, they're installing an NPM packages just to have an enum of the HTTP status codes. So the NPM package doesn't do anything more than giving us an enum of HTTP status codes. And it's like, what? Can't you just create this enum, please, on your own? And there are a lot of more examples. So maybe we can think about developing more on our own again. Not maybe always with the AI, because in AI and security, I have a lot to say about this as well. Nevertheless, staying with cross-site scripting. And when we're taking maybe even 11 steps back, what is the real issue about cross-site scripting? The real issue is that we have some APIs inside the web browser which allowing us to assign strings directly to this API, and then the API is basically concatenating it and bringing it to the DOM, rendering inside the DOM. This is the real issue. If let's say, we would remove all these APIs, actually cross-site scripting could be solved. We can't do that because half of the internet, I'm pretty sure, will break down then, but we can do something else. We can create something that's called trusted types. It's a new kind of new browser API. Actually, it is already in the browsers for more than 3 years, but it's barely known, unfortunately, still. So what is trusted types? Trusted types basically means, okay, we see this inner HTML, this is a dangerous thing. So really, we should actually not use it, but yes, we tend to use it, but then at least have it as a trusted type. So if we enforce trusted types, we tell the browser every assignment to this kind of dangerous API needs to be the specific kind of type, a so-called trusted type. And when there is this kind of dangerous assignment to inner HTML or document write or whatnot, then, and trusted types is enforced, then we get an error message. And so to sum it up, so when trusted types enforced, the browser rejects just any kind of normal strings that are passed into these APIs. And we need to create explicitly these kind of trusted types whenever we want to have an assignment to this kind of dangerous APIs. How to enable them? We put inside our content security policy a flag called required trusted types for script. So let's see how this works with our issue, with our XSS issue over here. As see, right now we still have it basically, so it's still like this cross-site scripting attack. And it's really easy. We just have it here in our index.html. And I uncomment this. So what I do is like enforcing trusted types for my browser. And then, of course, the XSS attack can't happen no more because it says this document requires trusted type assignment. Okay, ta-da, everything is fine. Yeah, But how do I do this trusted type? How do I create a trusted type now on my own? Because maybe I do want to assign something to this dangerous thing, and I need a trusted, okay, I need to create a trusted type. How do I do that? But there's also an answer to that. It's a so-called trusted type policy. It's a browser API, and you define a policy, and only this policy is now allowed to create trusted types. It's part of the official trusted type API. It's a browser security feature. It's already implemented in almost all browsers. I will come to that later. And we define our policy. And whenever the browser sees this, executes this kind of assignment to an inner HTML or any other dangerous API, the browser calls the policy, and the policy creates the trusted type. So how does it look like? Yeah, it looks like this. It's a trusted types object, create policy function. I give a name to my policy, and then I have some callback methods. Maybe if you know, Angular defines this kind of security contexts. We have an HTML, we have a script URL, or we have style. Depending on the context, I might need to implement another callback, like create HTML, create script URL. But we keep it simple. We just have this create HTML function, which will implicitly be called whenever now I have an inner HTML assignment. And then I just use the policy to create this trusted type before I actually assign it to maybe some dangerous API. Okay, but the hacker can also create a policy, can't they? I mean, they can just, again, create this policy and put it also into my inline JavaScript, and then the other policy might also be used, right? No, there's one missing single link. Inside the CSP, we're restricting which policy is allowed to be used. So let's say a hacker even tries to define their own policy. In either way, it's not policy anymore, yes. It's not possible anymore, since the inline JavaScript wouldn't be able to be executed in the first place because it's not a trusted type, and it can't be a trusted type because the hacker can't create a trusted type because the hacker can't use my policy for that. That sounds pretty good. But it gets even better. Yes, we saw a lot of code like this trusted type dot create policy. But you know what? We don't create our own policies. Angular got you covered. Angular has a built-in trusted type policy. And you basically just apply it to your content security policy. And the best part about it is whenever now you're using the Angular API, for instance, and the sanitizer of Angular kicks in, it returns your whatever you wanted to bind as a trusted type. So when we're using the Angular API, we are safe. Everything is fine. You can surely and really easily just enable them in your web browser. Okay, we have this thing like bypass security trust HTML. Yes, there's also another policy you can just enable. It's called Angular #unsafe bypass. And even if you call this bypass security trust HTML function, Angular still returns it for you as a trusted type. So we also have that part really secure. But if you call this bypass trust security HTML, you are responsible for that it's really trusted. Like, you have to sanitize it on your own, of course. Angular marks it just as a trusted type, but if you don't take care about that it's properly sanitized, then we are still screwed. I mean, then for the browser it's a trusted type, but it's still dangerous, so you're responsible then, of course. You still, of course, need to take care of this part. So why can't you just easily bypass trusted types in this XSS attack? Let me sum that up. You can't create a trusted type on your own because only the applications policy is allowed to do that. And the moment where we register the policy, at that moment, no JavaScript is somehow interfering. It's an HTML parser, and when the HTML parser runs, there is no JavaScript involved. So you can't, another inline JavaScript attack can't just add another policy somewhat in this meta tag. That's not possible. And in this meta tag, as we saw in the content security policy, you just register this kind of policies, and basically you're not registering it, you're restricting them, like which policies are allowed to actually create this kind of trusted type. Yes, the browser support. Chromium-based web browsers are good. And yes, trusted types got really pushed by Chrome, by Google, of course. And unfortunately, the starting of trusted types was actually for Mozilla. And then I guess they had some more important things to do, and they still have it. But now, Safari joined the board. Safari is supporting trusted types, and maybe what's happening right now, Frederick, like the security person from Mozilla, they had like one of the security engineers on Firefox said, I mean, he didn't tell that. It was just like my assumption that he thought maybe something like, if even Safari does it, damn it. Okay, let's start it. So if you want to follow along about the progress of Firefox, here's a Bugzilla track link even. But even if you want to enable trusted types in your web browser, you can do that today already. There's an official polyfill you can just use. And for Firefox, but all the web browsers, Chrome is supporting trusted types already for such a long time. I'm really glad I could give so many informations about trusted types. I'm even more grateful that you stayed till the end of the day. I'm pretty sure you're more excited about the Q&A panel right now. But thank you so much for bearing with me, and have a great time at this great conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And also for you.
Ah,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
And I will talk to Frederick.
Yeah,
about the
you should.
issue.
I actually thought about you because you worked there. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But,
I know he's super slammed right now.
Yeah.
Probably that's the issue why it's not implemented yet, but I will push him.
Yeah,
promise.
hopefully. Thank you.
So you have 15 minutes to take a last very deep breath, and then panel discussion here. Super excited. There will be 5 panelists, 1 moderator, and 1 person, that will be me, who walks around with a mic, and you will be able to ask questions. So looking forward to that, and see you in a bit. thought he wanted to change his shoes.
It changed. It's from the white to the... So he went from white to black and back to white.
So we'll see. It's also rewarded. Fresh. Soll ich kurz Housekeeping machen, erklären, wie es abläuft? Und, ja, und du fängst dann an mit, worum es überhaupt geht. Du machst den inhaltlichen Teil. Hello, hello. Welcome to our panel discussion. So excited. Just quick housekeeping again. So how this is going to work, our amazing panelists will answer a few questions, have hopefully great discussions. And Lulzim will be your MC during this panel. Very excited about that.
Asking questions.
And I will walk around if, in case you have a question and would like, to ask that. If that's the case, please raise your hand. We have the timed sections, which means probably we won't be able to answer all the questions. We will try to, balance it out and have a little bit of time in the end, so you can also ask a few more questions. Over to you.
Thank you so much. How is everybody feeling? Tired? It's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much for all the speakers. We've heard a lot of talks. We've heard a lot of Angular-specific talks. Obviously, we're on an Angular conference. We've heard also some AI-focused talks. And this conference has a focus on AI in Angular. And I'm going to start with giving maybe a short introduction and then ask the first question to Mark. So maybe we can prepare the microphone. So just 12 months ago at NGDE 2024, AI in web development felt like a little bit like a more or less distant promise. Something we all experiment with on the weekends, during work, maybe generate a snippet here or there. And now, 12 months later, here we are at NG 2025, and Angular has transformed into one of the most AI-ready frameworks in the ecosystem. You can vibe code entire applications with Google AI Studio. You can build production-ready AI features with Genkit. The Angular MCP server lets you read docs easily. And this all happened just within a year. So my first question, maybe let's start with understanding the current landscape a little bit better. The Angular team has shipped an impressive array of AI capabilities this year. Mark, can you walk us through this AI transformation in the Angular team within only 12 months?
Sure. So back in 2023, I started giving technical talks about the upcoming changes that I was predicting that would happen with AI and software development in general. And I was telling people back in 2023 that things were going to change. The only thing that I was wrong about was the time frame. I thought that we'd be where we are now in 3 to 4 years, and it happened in about 8 to 12 months. So the time frame is really unpredictable for people knowing what to do, when to do anything. Things just changing really fast. So for Angular, around the time that I started giving technical talks, I started talking with the team internally about what our AI story would be. And we were prototyping some different things. And over the last, let's say, 6 months, we really turned the corner in terms of shipping a lot of features. And a lot of that is because you already have the tools as Angular developers to build scalable web applications. You know how to do that work already. But what we saw as the opportunity was to make sure that as you have scalable web applications, they can also be powered by AI, meaning you can have integrations with things like GenKit or AI SDK, for example, but you could also build with AI as well. So do you have the tooling necessary to accelerate your development? So internally, we had our discussions about what will we do. So that's where things like the Angular.dev/AI initiative came from. I proposed that to the team, like, hey, we need a place for developers to get the recommendations from us as the Angular team so we can provide some direction and just let the community know that we are actually thinking about this with you. And we're not just telling you what to do, but we're actually thinking about it, we're working on it, and we're trying to grow. And then after we started with that part of the story, then came the tools like the Web Code Gen Scorer, where we were like, okay, well, if you want to generate code, then we got to prove that it's good, because I'll be honest with you, getting integrations with things like Gemini and AI Studio, like, all that's really important, but we have to show evidence like, hey, the prompts that we are providing are good. And not only are they good, we have evidence to support that. And so that whole path has led to where we are now, where we do have support in AI Studio, support in Gemini Canvas. I actually recently opened a PR to try to get support in Gemini CLI. We're working on a new extension for the Gemini CLI. So we are not stopping right now with our AI story. This is literally just the beginning. When I said this morning that it was the beginning, we really do mean that, because there's so much that we think that you can do with Angular and for your customers with using AI. Y'all know me so well. You know that I love the applause, so keep it coming.
So we've got AI Studio, GenKit 1.0, and now Gemini Canvas. Gregor, you've given a talk today, and it was a very, very interesting talk. You've had a lot of interesting metrics in your talk. From your perspective as a consultant and as a trainer, working with developers day to day, how do you see companies, and do you see companies use these tools already?
So, since we are in Germany, I think we still have to accelerate in adopting our artificial intelligence and integrating those tools. What I hear a lot, and I think where we really need quick answers to, is that a lot of companies need like local, so models that running locally, which are GDPR compliant. And yesterday we saw a lot of things that we can do, and an attendee came to me and said he's so sad because now he has to travel back and he cannot use all the cool things that already possible. This is, I really believe this is a really important thing that we need to tackle in the next few months as fast as possible.
Thank you. Jim, maybe a question to you, because it fits kind of to the talk that you gave today. What's the difference between companies that succeed with these AI tools and why do some struggle in implementing those?
Well, then you should have gone to my talk. No, you were there. Yeah, so there's actually a ton of different things. The DORA report of this year, made by the Google Cloud team, they pick it apart really nicely. It starts all the way from the beginning, communicating about that we're that we make a conscious decision to use AI for development, to all the way actually integrating it in integrating our databases, our documentation, our code bases into the AI, so it can perform better. It can help us better create code. Those are the things that that help and make it more efficient. Like one of the major struggles is with AI in code is that you become so fast that you roll out code quicker, so you have to check more, right? You have to make the code in smaller batches, or yeah, your increments should be smaller so that you have more control over what you push out. I think applying it in a way without thinking is dangerous, because you end up creating a lot of mess, and actually your programs become more unstable, which is exactly what the DORA report also showed. Yeah.
Thank you. Kasia, question for you. We've heard the term vibe coding come up multiple times today. On a personal note and on a more kind of general note, how is this changing your tradition or your kind of workflow, and where do you see yourself in the future add the most value? And on a general note, what is your kind of advice to young coders in our audience?
Okay, so I think we should differentiate the vibe coding from the AI assistant coding, because these are two different things. So with the vibe coding, you don't really touch the code, you just describe what you want to do, and the AI, well, technically should implement it for you, but as we all know, it doesn't always do it in a good way. At least from my experience, it usually chooses this easiest path, which is not always the best. So the AI-assisted coding is more about, like, I think the most important thing is this human in the loop. So you actually review whatever the AI model generates for you, and you are fully aware you are fully aware on what you commit into the repository. Because in the end, it is ours, developers' responsibility, what we put into the repository. But AI makes a lot of things easier. So for example, in my company, we use Copilot for reviewing the pull requests. So obviously we have other developers that review the pull request, but also Copilot leaves the comments, and very often it just finds some trivial mistakes or some things that always takes a little bit of the mental load from the developers. So yes, it makes our lives easier, but it doesn't replace us. And honestly, from my experience, I don't think it will replace us in at least several years.
Mathieu, a little bit of a technical question for you, if I may. Let's talk architecture. We have GenKit position itself as server-side, but we need real-time AI features with great UX. Can you explain the recommended architecture pattern here?
Can you just repeat the end of the question?
Can you explain the recommended architecture pattern
Just before, sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. For the audience, we have a lot of, what's the English word? Echo. So it's really difficult to understand for everybody here. GenKit positions itself as server-side, but we need real-time AI features with great UX. Can you explain the recommended architecture pattern here?
For great UX, in a sense that, you mean for building the applications for the architecture? I would say the AI won't replace the architect. It will suggest ideas. It will help you challenge your own ideas. Yeah, you asking it questions. Hey, what do you think of this with maybe this or that trade-off for my application? And will help you assist yourself. But do not expect it to be able to give you a fully fledged architecture without you knowing anything about that. So it will enhance you for sure. It will help you, make you more efficient, but won't do the work for you. There is something more general I want to say. If you want to have the right answer, you need to ask the right question. And the LLM embodies that like nothing else. If you want the right question, you will need to ask it the right, if you want the right answer, you will need to ask it the right question. So if you have no sense of architecture, well, you might have some issues on the long run.
Thank you. So maybe a question that is open to the whole panel. As we said before, we've got AI Studio for prototyping, GenKit for production, MCP servers for tooling. How do these pieces actually fit together in an enterprise Angular application?
So I'll start, but I definitely want to hear from a lot of the folks on this panel, from everyone, not a lot, all of you. I want to hear from all of you about this. So when you're thinking about how these pieces fit in, so I can talk about like where does the AI Studio fit into the story? So that's a great starting place when you want to do rapid prototyping. And that's how I see vibe coding as being really useful, is for rapid prototyping. So you can do some types of vibe coding with AI Studio. But then if you think about your architecture, early on I described making a call to an LLM is to use the same care and precaution that you would make a call to an API. Same rules apply. So think about security, think about access. So who should have access to making a call to an LLM from your application? Should it just be open to anyone who submits a request? No, you would never do that, right? Like the same way with your API calls to any precious data resource, I say treat your architecture the same way when it comes to the LLM. So put the right guards in place, put all the things in place to make sure that those calls to the LLM are protected, they have the right authorization, and even in some cases, the right access with authentication, because here's what you also got to think about. Those tokens are not free, right? Like if you think about when you're generating applications and you have to pass all your context, that stuff isn't free. So you should be really thoughtful when you're building from that perspective. And I think if you're on the front end, you're like, well, I want to build a client-side application. I don't want to have the server side because I don't have any other APIs. I don't want to do this. So then you could use something like Firebase AI Logic, right? Which allows you to have a different way to, from the client side, call to your LLM. But that's all protected through that architecture that comes kind of out of the box. So I think those are some of the first architectural designs and decisions that you should make when you're thinking about how to build an enterprise level application that has access to an LLM.
I can add a bit more on this. Even if I haven't used GenKit that much and things like this, when we work on Angular itself, it was important to us, or at least we understood quite fast, that we will need an MCP with Angular. This is what the CLI already provides, and via multiple tools, and we are adding more and more tools to the MCP. The reason for that is, like I said before, what's important is the question. Part of the question is the context you give to the LLM that will help it understand what you really want, and with the context, it will understand where it's working. And the context for you when you develop Angular apps is Angular itself. So the MCP will be able to provide more information automatically without you having to prompt it directly. So part of it is, building an MCP so you can leverage it, so the LLM can actually leverage it to give you the best output possible. And maybe no, it's something I would say on another question.
So yeah, I really think that the MCP standardization unlocks a lot of potential in our companies, because we're all working already with great tools that have been developed by you all here in this room to automate things, maybe to run tests, to version your code. And MCP just allows you to connect your existing tools, your existing resources, like wikis. We have written so many documentations, and sometimes we do not even able to find what we have written down a few months ago. But here lays the power on MCPs. You can just create your own MCP server, connect your internal resources, access them safely, and then the LLM can take over and use those information. And your talk about NX generators and executors was great today, because we do not really need an LLM to generate code if we have NX generators and executors already built, but we can call them from our LLMs, and then we are pretty sure that the outcome is correct and that's what we expect as well.
Maybe there's a question I can think of in this context is, if we see and look what AI can generate today, and we compare it to what production-ready Angular apps need now, what can you describe the gap, and what are we wishing for as developers?
I did not get the question.
Me neither.
The question is, what's the gap between what AI can generate today and what production-ready Angular app need?
While my friends here decide on their answers, I can tell you what my perspective of this is, because I don't think that there's necessarily a gap depending on the way you go about it, what the path you take is. So I think, as you mentioned about vibe coding being very different than AI-assisted coding. So in the vibe coding world, I don't see a world where vibe coding, at this time, the current world where vibe coding can replace us building scalable applications. Right? I don't think that that's the case. And plus, we don't have any data. We haven't seen any scalable vibe-coded application last over time with hundreds of thousands of users per day. I'm not talking per month. I'm talking like scale. Right? We won't have any data on that. So we don't know what's going to happen with that. But with AI-assisted coding, I think that there really isn't a gap, because going back to Matthew's point, if you ask the right question, then what you generate will be much more close to what we need for production. So for me, I don't ask it to generate entire modules of code. I ask it for review quite often, or alternative approaches. And sometimes I'll ask for a solution, but that's a little bit different than just saying, okay, here's my product requirement, and then generate this entire thing. It might be possible, but again, when you're looking at a fully autonomous solution where you're not involved, I think that's where the gap shows up. But if you're looking at it from an assistant point of view, that's why I love that word, assisted coding, that's just a different way, and you can get, I feel like you get stronger results that way. And you spend less time. You might not spend less time on the keyboard in that moment, but think about how much time before AI, assisted or generated code, think about how much time between implementing a feature, getting a code review, fixing bugs, and trying to land this feature. Think about how much time that is. I think that back-end time is where we'll save time with assisted coding. I don't think it's the time trying to save in that moment, because I still may spend an hour doing this feature, but I am much more confident that it's correct now, right? And so, that's the interesting part. Wait, did I just take all your... No. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Okay, I'll just add something on top of this. So don't get me wrong, vibe coding has its usage, for prototyping, then it can be well. I wouldn't be bold enough to publish the vibe coded solution to the production. But yeah, prototyping, showing some concepts, sure, why not? It definitely speeds things up. But for the production-ready software, what is a real game changer, and it was actually already said, are those MCP servers. Because the thing is that those AI models, they are dumb. They don't know anything if they don't have a right context. So even if you have a chat, you always have to provide all the chat history so that the model knows what to reply to you. And the same with the assisted coding. And with the MCPs, you can get exactly the context that is needed. So yeah, it's a big step forward, and I can see a big improvement using those copilots, cursors, and so on pre-MCP era, and now when I have NX MCP, the Angular MCP, which is great, by the way. So yeah.
Right, so I don't know about Angular. I don't work with Angular. I'm a Python guy. Sorry. I'm the odd one out.
Nobody's
here,
perfect.
I guess. Touche. But I think when we're talking about vibe coding or AI assisted coding and what any developer community needs, it's about, I think first we have to talk about expectations. We have on one side we have investors and startup AI startup CEOs tell us that it's going to take a couple of months and we'll all be without a job and everything is vibe coded. And then we have the reality that this never happened. And what I also talked about today is that incredibly difficult to go from, it's impossible, to go from human text to a completely finished big product. So vibe coding may seem to work when you demonstrate it, like, look, I wrote a query and look, my program is there and maybe it runs, maybe not. That would work if you making maybe like a very simple single page application and something of a smaller size, right? And it becomes already cheating when I vibe code a class in existing code, because at that point I'm no longer vibe coding. I'm actually I'm actually doing AI assisted coding, right? Because it has the whole context. So in that regard, going back to like, then what is the expectation? I think the expectation should be that AI-assisted coding from here on out is the future. And vibe coding is a cool party trick, and sometimes it's really helpful to inject a piece of code in existing code. But I think that's about it. Yeah.
I want to add something here in the context of what you were saying. You were talking about expectation, and you were asking about the gap. I want to say, so we don't know how far AI will go. Maybe we already almost reached the capabilities. Maybe in 5 years it will be what we do today considered somehow stupid almost. It's just like, I want to say the gap, ask what we can already do today. And I'll give you some interesting feedback that we learned really recently. First, as you know, as you might have seen, Gregor Dimo showed the web code CodeGen Scorer that the team developed recently to evaluate models depending on inputs, etc., etc. So he helped us evaluate how models react with the context we gave them. That's how we created the file, the context file, that helped us give you better outputs for your applications. And also, you need to know that with the MCP, the Angular team developed an MCP and used it also internally to test the new signal forms. Because you need to know that AI is as stupid as every one of you here. It will make the same mistakes if the API is built in a weird manner. So sometimes you just see that the AI behaves the same way as you would have. And with the MCP loaded with a lot of examples, we were able to test the new signal form APIs and get immediate feedback on how developer would probably behave with this, and help us understand that the API we propose looks actually pretty solid and quite consistent in terms of how you would understand and how the AI would understand it. So I want to say the gap is actually not important, but what you can do today, ask the AI to assist you not only on prototyping, but on testing what you have today and say, okay, how developers will use it. And instead of taking 3 or 6 months of waiting for feedback, you could have it in a couple of hours today. So in terms of developing, prototyping, trying things, it will speed you up like never seen before.
I have a question that is connected to that. Not only is the toolkit changing, but also with LLMs, learning is changing. The learning curve is much faster. You can ask questions. You have a personal mentor. If you, maybe all personal, can share, how do you use it? And also, how do you recommend our community to use LLMs to learn? Because you can share knowledge much differently now. You can ask us. How do you share best practices the best way?
So maybe I can start. So one very specific thing that you can all use is that the Angular team already provide a kind of AI tutor. If you want to learn Angular or want to that new colleagues learn Angular faster, there is a pretty good integration where you can learn Angular step by step by solving tasks, and then you get immediate feedback how good your solution was, and you get also feedback if you can go to the next task. So how I use it especially, I was about giving this answer before, but now I'm happy that you asked that question too. For me, using AI in my all-day work is sometimes like looking in the mirror. Because for me, AI works perfectly when I know what I am doing, when I really know what my goal is and what I try to achieve. Yesterday in the workshop, we reviewed an Angular component and we written down a specification how to refactor it. And then we started an automatic refactoring using an LLM. This worked perfectly. We all know how to refactor code and how to analyze it. And then the next thing kicked in really, really hard. It was a great experience in that workshop. We used the AI as an amplifier because we started small with a little component, refactoring the code, and then we applied this specification to the whole code base. And we had a huge improvement in the code quality in around 10 minutes. And if we would have done it manually, we would sit for an hour or 2 hours. And maybe think of AI first as a mirror that you can look in. So it will remember you what you haven't specified well enough. And second, think of it of an amplifier of your skills that you already have.
So today I forgot his name, but I talked to a guy today that also gives workshops, and he actually had a really interesting thing he did to have his students for workshops actually learn is that the AI that he had implemented in the IDE was not supposed to actually give answers, but supposed to give hints. And I think that's really interesting because then if you're stuck, then you get like pointed towards the solution instead of just being presented completely with the solution, because then you don't learn, then you just copy paste, right? I thought it was a really cool thing. Yeah.
I want to say 3 points to that. First, I would say the LLMs are great for juniors because you'll have, for the first time ever, access to a senior developer anytime you want, which, when you are a junior, is an unseen possibility. Usually, senior developers are either not good and available, then they're useless, or they are in meetings the whole day and they won't be able to answer your question before the next. So, first thing, junior, you are in a situation where you have a lot of luck, even if the market is maybe complicated, but it's up to you to leverage that tool to learn as fast as never seen before. Second thing I would say, as you might know, I love to code everywhere, anywhere, and I love to have a 4G connection. I was really surprised to see recently when I went to London for Angular Connect that I was able to send a PR while under the channel. In the channel tunnel. Was really happy to do this. And I was happy to have the connection all the way because, of course, the LLM, they need the internet connection to give you the output. And recently, I went on a short-haul flight. Short-haul flight usually means no Wi-Fi, and I wanted code and was like, no suggestion, nothing. I was like, I felt like it just killed my productivity by half at least. I didn't get all the simple, what I call today the TDD, which is tab-driven development. So you start something like, imagine you write a unit test, you start the prompt of the unit test, say, okay, and then you say tab, 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 you check, okay, it's cool, thank you very much. So it kills productivity today to say, if you don't have access to that. That's the second point. And the third point would be, I forgot it.
So before the AI and the LLMs, there was this yellow duck method for debugging. I'm not sure if you've heard about it, but basically the idea was that if you run into an issue when coding, instead of bothering your coder friend, start explaining your problem to a yellow rubber duck. Because very often when you start explaining this, you will come up with a solution. And what I found now with the LLMs is actually they replaced the yellow rubber duck. Because every time I have some issue, I talk with the LLM, I brainstorm about it, and it's just great of kind of figuring out the ideas. So the AI can give you some idea, but once you talk with them, you actually might come up yourself with an even better idea. So it's perfect brainstorming tool for me.
I think Matthew remembered his third point.
Yeah. No, it was another. So I have a use case also. Every senior developer is also a junior when it starts something somehow new. When I joined the team, I did more and more work with the TypeScript compiler. The TypeScript compiler is kind of complex and usually not documented at all. So how do you start learning something that you only have few examples but no documentation? Well, a few years ago, you were kind of fucked. Today, way luckier. You use your favorite LLM, you ask a question, just set your expectations right. You don't expect something perfect, but say, okay, I have an idea. How would you write something like this using that compiler API? And it gives you, let's say it scaffolds something, it may be 80% perfect, the rest it's up to you, but it bootstraps you. So it helps you learning, and like I said, I felt like a junior back. Even if I had 10 years experience, first time touching the compiler, I was like, I don't understand anything, but I could have my senior helping me and get output quite quickly and make me so much more productive and learn quite fast.
So I do a lot of different type of work at Google. So I do everything. So I do engineering work, but not as much as like someone like Matthew does, but also like write scripts or videos, because a lot of you know me from videos, for example. So I write scripts and videos, and then I write lots of documents and strategy documents. I write a lot. I don't even know how to write. Like, I'm not even a writer, but that is a big part of my life now. I'm like, I got into engineering because I didn't like writing. And so one way I use, in a non-technical way, sometimes someone will ask me something that I already told them or that I already did, and I'll write my true response. And then I'll say, okay, Gemini, make this polite, right? And then it'll take my email and make it polite so I can actually send it. And here's a recent engineering story. The new landing page that I show, you know that we did not have event landing pages on Angular.dev before. So I just created this last week, but I knew that Matthew was going to review it. Matthew is an excellent code reviewer and an excellent engineer. So I needed to add some new properties to one of the components, and I wanted them to be optional properties. So what's the first thing you probably think on the interface? You put a question mark, because it's optional. But I was like, Gemini, is this the right way to do this? And it was like, you can, or you can make the type be string, the union type of string, and null. I'm like, but it's optional. Why would I do that if it's optional? And I went back and forth with Gemini for probably literally about 15 minutes, being like, nope, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that this union type is better than making it optional. And then over time, I got to see a different perspective. But the goal was, I didn't want to have to go back and forth with Matthew. If he had suggested that, you know why? Not because he's wrong or right, it's because it delays the time to landing that page. The event is this month. It's only in 2.5 weeks. So I needed it to be right the first time. So that goes back to what I was telling you earlier about saving time down the pipeline, right? So maybe it spent me more time going back and forth than just accepting the review. the feedback from Gemini, right? Maybe I spent a little bit more time. Maybe some of you are like, oh, I'm smarter than Mark. I would have done it the first time. And I'm proud of you. Very good work. But for me, you know, this was my actual real life experience where I kind of argued with the LLM because I just wasn't convinced. But guess what? It wasn't a human who could get frustrated. Like, come on, Mark, you know, I got to get back to work. And it was like, sure, you're absolutely right. Let me show you another example. Oh, that didn't make sense. You know what? Great point, Mark. Here's another example. Then I was like, hey, fine. Put both solutions with pros and cons on the table. Because what I wanted to be able to do at the end of the day was defend my solution. Had Matthew or anybody else say, why did you do this? I still needed to understand and know why we were making that choice.
I think that's a beautiful note to end. And to go to the Q&A part. Thank you so much to all the speakers on stage. A round of applause, please. And for good measures, another round of applause, please. You know, in German theater, you do this for about 20 minutes, but we're luckily not in German theater here. So we go to the Q&A part. Who's got a question? And when you ask a question, I would ask you to share one moment that you really thought was beautiful today. It can be some conversation that you had. It can be something that you learned. You can say it briefly. And where do we start? It's very bright here, so...
And please don't be shy.
Yes, first one.
Yeah, hello. My question is not about AI. That might be surprising.
Thank you, goodbye.
But regarding Angular itself. And single file component ng format. And some time ago, I found probably in an analog.js tutorial a line of code with a keyword like language equal JavaScript or TypeScript. I asked you, Mark, some time ago if you are planning to make Angular or analog.js language agnostic. You answered me that it's not in plans, but my question is, if it's now making an Angular language agnostic, and and the future of ng format. Thank you.
Just for the joke, Mark is not Brandon.
Because Brendan makes analog jazz. So let's talk about there are two parts there. So you said about ng format, and then the first part was, come back. Ola, come back.
What?
The first part of his question.
Sorry, I was going to the next person.
I understand.
The first question was, what's the future of ng format? If it was an experiment or you are preparing something in the future?
Oh, and will we make Angular agnostic? That was the other part, like language agnostic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's the other part. Thank you for repeating that. So we don't, right now, from what I'm aware of, we don't have any plans to make Angular like language agnostic where you could say language equals like JavaScript or language equals Python or something else. Like we don't have any plans for that I'm aware of. And in terms of the ng format, Matthew, you have any
Yes,
notes on that?
so you're talking about the prototype that was only on analog. That was an analog-only prototype. It was driven by analog only without consulting the team. It's just like something that we were really interesting to see how it behaves, how people are liking it or not. But it was something that we were just looking as a curiosity, but it's totally independent from the work we are doing directly. And as Mark is saying, it is something that we like to see, but we don't know yet if it's that the direction that we'd like to go. But it was definitely a very interesting prototype that the analog team was driving.
And briefly, to understand why we would not make that decision, please come tomorrow for Jens's keynote. He's going to talk a lot about how we make decisions, because why is that not as important as something else, right? And this is not the place to answer that, but the keynote, he's going to talk about our decision-making process.
Maybe to add to that, tomorrow we will have another panel, and it's going to be about the future of Angular, the framework itself. So there will be also opportunity to ask exactly these questions. I mean, not this question again, but similar questions. Another question?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dewey. I'm right here. Hello. So actually one of the favorite moments just before I asked my questions was I met Arun. He's one of the helpers here. He took pictures. He's super friendly. That was really, really cool. It was the highlight of my day.
Round of applause for Arun.
I also have an Angular specific question. But I have another questions that maybe I'll ask tomorrow, because you guys are making decisions tomorrow, and that question will be more about that. But it both has to do with Signal. So I myself have been developing in Angular for 8+ years now. So I would call myself as a reasonably expert developer in Angular. And with that, I'm also very familiar with RxJS. So I would say I'm an expert in it. And when Signal came out, I continuously asked myself, what can that do that RxJS cannot do? And that pushed me into the direction of questioning whether I should learn it. So I still have this doubt in myself. I see that there's so many Signal stuff coming, and I understand it's easy to learn. I can definitely do this. But just for good measures, for somebody like me, what would your recommendation be? Why should I learn this?
It's a very good question, just because we hear it almost every day. So when you talk about signals versus observables, you're actually asking the questions of, is an apple also a banana? The answer is no. But do you like both? The answer is yes. So with signals, you're representing a state that changes eventually. With observables, you have like a pipe where you throwing marbles into it. So the pipe, one marble gets in, one marble gets out. And it's like 1-to-1. With signals, you get that part that is eventually. You will not get a notification on each change. You will get a notification eventually. And this is where we start to talk about pull-based versus push-based. The signal will get a notification that something happened, but you will pull the data, and at this time, all the computation will happen. With RxJS, you send something on a subject, for example, and then when you send something, the whole pipe is executed at the moment you send it. It's not eventually, it's at the moment it's sent. So it means that you get that one-to-one behavior, one in, one out, and etc. With the signals, you only have the eventual part. So you have that kind of optimization. So if timing is not important, you will prefer signals. If timing is important, if the order is important, if each individual value is important, you will reach for RxJS. And to give a bit more insights, if the team would have to give a recommendation, which it actually does inside of Google, is saying, okay, by default, we recommend go with signals by default and reach out to RxJS if you have a good use case. And let me tell you, there are a lot of good use cases, but before we used RxJS for everything, but like the saying says, when you only have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So I would advise to be curious, look and understand the differences between observables and signals, and you will find out by yourself when you need one or the other. They are not exclusive, you will probably want to use both of them. I don't know if that answer satisfies you. Thank you so much.
Do we have another question? Yes.
Hi, I'm Tabea, and the moment that I want to share of today is, well, actually it's a lot of micro moments that kind of restored my love of programming because I got to chat with a lot of beautiful people. Thank you for all the conversations that I had today.
Round of applause, please.
Now to my question, it might be a little broad. So I love the discussion about AI, and something that I currently struggle with is debugging my application. The Angular resources are awesome when it comes to coding, but I found it very hard to find interesting articles to actually help me debug. And I found that LLMs also don't really have good hints if I know that my logic kind of is correct and something weird is happening with my state management or something. Do you have recommendations where to start, either with actual resources or with LLM config or something?
I'll maybe start. I want to acknowledge that your problem is something that comes up after, indeed, you start doing vibe coding or just normal coding, is that AI actually isn't good today to help you debugging. Because AI needs information, AI needs context, and you need to plug the things all together. Today, we often have, okay, you passed in some text, you get some code, etc. But it doesn't talk directly to your developer console, for example. It doesn't talk to, when I say developer, the console where you start your scripts. But it doesn't talk either to the DevTool console. And the Chrome team is already looking into how we could build an MCP, how the LLM could discuss with the Chrome DevTool MCP, or when I say Chrome DevTools, any browser DevTools, we will need that it will access to the runtime, to the information. So today, the topic is, the answer I want to say is, unfortunately, there is no good answer for this today, but it's something that people are working all around at different levels, in the browsers, in the tooling that's able to talk to the browsers, to the framework that will also need to provide debug information. Working a bit on the Angular DevTools, we know that we need to provide more information to developers, to the tools, so that LLMs can finally help you do better debugging.
Yeah, so I think we all can learn more about the Chrome DevTools already. So I consider myself maybe using 30% of the capabilities what Chrome DevTools already provide. So if you head over to google.dev, there are great resources about debugging and how you can isolate problems. There's much over there. And the AI agents also have improved a lot the past few months. So if you use something like Copilot or Cursor, they are now able to connect to your terminal, for example, and they are able to catch compiler errors or runtime errors. So I know that Cursor is also able to connect to your browser tab and discovers runtime errors and then helps you to find resources on resolving your issue as well. And I also think, I haven't used it before, but I also think that also Chrome shipped with the most recent version intelligent debugging or AI debugging. Just when an error occurs in the terminal, there is a model shipped with Chrome, and then it explains the error to you, or it tries to give you hints.
There is a small light bulb when you have a message. You say, okay, can you try to explain me this? And sometimes, for example, it understands that error comes from an Angular error and can help you a bit with what's happening. So, yeah, of course, there's some starts already available, but integration is a bit lacking. Maybe.
Yeah, okay, so my recent discovery is the browser MCP. Yeah, I know, MCP again, but it makes Cursor able to connect to the browser and it can actually read the contents of the page. I'm not 100% sure if it can read the errors in the console. I think it should be able to, but it's a great tool to say like, hey, Cursor, I have the issue with this and this on the page, and then it actually connects to the page, it sees the context, and it's able to give me a better answer.
Awesome. We have another question. Actually, two more here on the other side. Waving.
Hi. Hello. I'm Sergey. We have already talked today with Mark about work-life balance. And another thing what we have as what precious thing is our time. And what AI really good at is to create text. So we can create MD files to use it in another tool that can create some presentation, because people consume information better when it's visually assisted. So the question is, do you use AI for creating your presentations?
So I'm going to say something a little controversial here. Who saw me this morning? You saw me this morning. AI couldn't tell me to do any of the things that I do. And what I mean by that is AI, so the way models are trained is the same way that if you've seen a movie or a type of movie 1,000 times, you can predict the next line. You've seen that before. Or you heard a type of song, and then you can predict the next line because it works on patterns. See, I am not in the patterns. And I don't like for even the idea for me to be reduced to a pattern. So when I present, I am 100%, I don't even look at LLMs to like do anything for me because they just couldn't be me. Like, I think what makes me unique and what makes you unique is the magic that is literally what you are born with. The way that you talk, the way that you think is what makes you interesting when you're presenting and when you're communicating. So for me, LLMs, I don't even use them for images because I think they all look the same. I think all of us at this point can look at a LLM image and point it out almost immediately. With the graphic ones, not the ones that look like human-like, not synthetic people. Those are a little bit harder, but the cartoon style, we can all see those a mile away and be like, oh yeah, that was, you know, Midjourney, or that was from, you know, Nano Banana. Like, see, I don't like that. I just go through the old school way of just, you know, being myself and letting myself come through my presentations.
So you were asking if we, or if I would create my presentation with it. So yes, I do. But let me clarify a little bit on the process. So today my talk was 100% me and my creativity. So if you head over to the repository where you find my talk, you will find the whole talk written down as a text, so you can read through everything. But what I was using AI for was just, hey, create the slides for me, basically. So I delegate those tasks to AI where I think, okay, I can just save my time. And what I also said this morning or just before lunch, you need to be the driver when you use AI tools. You are the judge. You decide what will be integrated. And with AI tools, you get like a spaceship, and you need to learn how to fly the spaceship. Otherwise, it can go horribly wrong.
I just use it sometimes for fun illustrations. Just because we're in Germany, I had to create once an AI image with Angela Merkel, but it was Angela Merkel. So yeah, Merkel Krause with the Angular logo.
I love that. Can you show that tomorrow, maybe in the panel? That would be great. We actually just have time for one last question. You wanted to answer that one as well?
Yeah, I wanted.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, using AI to generate anything that is that is supposed to be written by you or done by you. Makes it a little bit dangerous, right? If I am giving, as you said as well with the presentation, but also if you're writing an article, for instance, and it's completely AI generated, I mean, we're filling the internet with like AI generated text, and it's just not a pretty sight, especially if the new models are being trained with that data. It's, let's not do that.
And you end up with people saying, okay, it's too long, I'll ask the AI to read text that was generated by the AI. Yeah, loop is closed, thank you.
Yeah, but you can still use the AI to brainstorm, which is a really good way to do it.
Yeah.
At least this is how I use it. So all my talks are always the use case from my work, because this is what I feel confident about. This is what I actually use in a real life, so I know I can go out to people and show it. But then to make a structure, to kind of wrap the thing, I tell AI like, hey, I have this topic and blah, 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 and ask him to kind of provide me the structure. Then I re-evaluate it for like 1,000,000 times. But yeah, I find it very helpful to structure my thoughts and to put everything in order. And I do generate images.
So I just I know we got to go, but one clarification. One, no problem if you do generate stuff. So I don't want to come off that way that I'm against you if you do that. So please don't take it that way. I think for me, I might be a little bit unique in the case. Between the last 5 years, I've done 75 talks. That's why I don't need it, because I know what to do already, right? And I'm really fast at creating my slides, because I just know what to type and I know how I talk. Like if you saw, all my slides look the same because I put very few words and lots of like very quick to identify landmarks for you, so that way you can follow what I'm saying. If there's a lot of text up there, then you can't follow it. So that's why I put very short text. That's what I said for me, and I'm really speaking for Mark, that you give that many talks, you'll be really fast at like, making slides too.
So we have one last question.
Please.
Yeah, hi. My favorite moment kind of today was, as Ava said, meeting other developers around here, especially also meeting old colleagues from old jobs, which was really fun. And obviously AI is a topic you at some point in the conversation go to, especially with all the AI talks going on. One thing that was a bit concerning to me was you said it is also great to be used as kind of a mentor or a tutor, especially on things you do not know yourself much about. And I always had the feeling that when I used AI on topics I wasn't well versed in, the problem of hallucinations always tripped me up really hard. So is really using AI as kind of a teaching source a great idea? Because at least I feel I don't really have a lot of trust in what I'm getting back.
Excellent point. And I would just say, don't let it be the last or the ultimate for you, right? So I would say use it as a source, just like when you're doing a research paper, you get multiple sources. It can be one of your sources. I don't think that you necessarily have to say, well, LLM told me, and then that is de facto truth, right? I would say use it as a source. And sometimes it might be the best source available, though, right? You can look at other blogs and you can look at videos. You might say, okay, I still don't get it. And then also let me consult here. So just one way to think about it, as an additional source.
Yeah, what I wanted to add is like, when I ask an LLM about anything, especially when I use any of the foundational models, I don't trust it, right? I think you shouldn't either, because hallucination, no matter how hard they try, it's still a big issue. So if you're learning on something related to Angular, maybe feed it documentation and then ask about the topic, so it has a way better understanding of what you're asking about. Like, context is all that matters, I feel, with these LLMs. They're really good at deducing text and then explaining it to you what's going on and what you should be doing. But just with any of the foundational models, it's just really dangerous to just base all of your knowledge out of what it says. Like, I can give a minor anecdote. I have a walnut tree, and some of the walnuts that fell off of it, they had a little mold. And I was like, can I eat this? So I asked ChatGPT and Cloud, and they were like, yeah, sure, you can eat it. They're really poisonous, don't do it. So, yeah, same with coding.
I want to add on the topic, say, it's again about expectations. If you're not sure what you're doing, but that's somehow your last resort, that's how you move forward. Okay, set the expectation not very high, saying, okay, at least maybe it works. If it's code, what can you do next? Well, write unit tests, you write tests, and the test would at least ensure that what you're testing is covered and what you are doing is at least working as it should. If you're a bit lucky, your code's going to be reviewed by someone with a bit more experience. So what happened to me, for example, when I was working with a compiler, I started with, well, what the LLM gave me wasn't perfect, got feedback, learned from the feedback, learned for myself. And it was actually the best I could get with the situation, with the resource I could have. So it's about the expectation. Okay, it's not perfect. Nobody's code is. So just be okay with that and just take as much as you can and learn from it, I would say.
Oh, I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you.
Can I ask one last thing?
One moment.
Or maybe you wanted to say it already, is that even if the Q&A is ending, we're still here today and tomorrow. If you have further questions, that's why conferences are great. You can ask the questions outside of just the talks. So please do.
Thank you, Mathieu. Thank you, Kasia. Thank you, Gregor. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mark. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, thank you. It was amazing. Also, Mathieu, you gave me an idea. We definitely need to chat. So, there will be a party in a tiny bit, actually. We need to refurnish the place a tiny bit. So, I would ask, what?
Who's ready for a party?
Best
Who's
question.
ready for a party here?
That was the most important question, thank you.
It was what my brain came up with.
Yeah, so we have to refurnish a tiny bit. It would be amazing if you could move out for 25 minutes-ish.
Who's ready for a
that
party?
Would be stunning, but then we got a party. Woo!
Thank you, everybody, for being here today. See you tomorrow. See you later.
Thank you. So.